Alright, welcome. So we're back today. We've got some EDH decks to brew up based on some viewer requests, and then we'll be moving on to Aetherdrift drafts. So first up, we had some requests from, I had a YouTube commenter, Lunch Tray Dog, request Edward Kenway. I had somebody in chat yesterday requested, so it was Joseph Cerrone, requested Asmo as an EDH commander, and then I had a request from Alex Valdor, who is a supporter on my Patreon, who asked to build some decks on, some EDH decks based on his collection. So we'll do that last, because that one's going to be a lot more involved. So we'll start with these two first. And let's go ahead and start with Lunch Dog, Edward Kenway as the requested deck to build. So, Edward Kenway, this is an Assassin's Creed card, and I believe it was spurred on by the fact that it works with vehicles, and so with Aetherdrift coming out, it's like, hey, do you want a vehicle-related commander? So this is Edward Kenway. Grixis Commander 5/5, Human Assassin Pirate. At the beginning of your end step, create a treasure token for each tapped Assassin, Pirate, and or vehicle you control. And whenever a vehicle you control deals combat damage to a player, look at the top card of the player's library, exile it face down. You may play that card for as long as it remains exiled. So, obviously, we are going for quantity over quality, but I mean, the cards still have to be good to some degree, but we obviously want lots of assassins, pirates, and or vehicles so that we have the most amount of things that can be tapped. We also want a lot of vehicles that we can hit our opponents with them. So that's gonna require that we have a lot of primarily cheap creatures and cheap vehicles that we can attack with. And we're probably going to want evasive creatures so that we can always hit our opponents, or we're going to want ways of tapping. So obviously, like, the vehicle part and this first ability work well together, because if you have a vehicle, it means you can just crew the vehicle with any number of your creatures. You can always keep your guys tapped. So first thing we do, switch to types and tags. Then I'm going to add in the basic starter kit that is just going to fill out like all the usual staples and mono base, and then we have to we have to clean this up a bit. So this is like obviously too much removal, so we'll need to get rid of some of this. So we're gonna want to get rid of, let's see, Blood Maw probably. Well, for Grixis, so we don't have a lot of ways to just destroy any permanent. Let's see. So the fact that we're in black means we can just kill stuff. So like bounce spells like Submerge and Flood Maw aren't as important as they normally would be. And then we want to be hitting our opponent, so giving them a Gilded Drake that they can block with isn't as good as it usually would be. Get rid of that. Fire Covenant's good. Deadly Rawluck is not really great when you have a 5-mana commander, but I mean, obviously we need our commander out to do anything. And I definitely don't want Chaos Warp, and probably not Wild Magic Surge either, so let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of... we need to trim some of this, so it's automatically going to add in all of the fetch lands. So the one fetch that we're not going to be able to play is Windswept Heath, so let's get rid of that. Also, Yavimaya technically isn't green, so let's get rid of that. And that leaves me with 31 lands in the mono base, which seems fine. We got some counter spells. I doubt... So this is going to look like a deck that wants to go long, because it's a 5-mana commander. And unless we're doing some sort of combo shenanigans, we're probably not going to want cards like Miscast and Spell Pierce, but the rest are fine. Fierce Guardianship I will keep, because so stuff like this and Deflecting Swat, like if we're going to build around this guy, it's going to really require that our commander not die. I'm not sure about Bowmasters. Yeah, we can get rid of Bowmasters as well. Maybe even Dress Down. And let's get rid of Necro, and then is this going to be a Citadel deck? Almost certainly not. Get rid of that too. We can get our guy out faster with Dark Ritual, not as much with Monovault. Let's get rid of Monovault. And then obviously we need a lot of ramp, because we need to get to our 5-mana commander, but let's get rid of some of the worst ramp. So Ragavan is a pirate, so we keep that. Let's see, Opal. What are the worst ones here? 21 is not necessarily too much. So the worst ones are going to be the ones that enter tapped, or the ones that only make colorless. So... or that enter tapped and only make one color in particular. So like the diamonds. Probably first up on the chopping blocks. So yeah, let's get rid of Sky, Fire, and Charcoal Diamond. Cold Steel's a little better because you can choose what color it makes. And then I don't have anything that specifically blows up artifacts, so Liquid Metal Torque isn't as useful as it normally would be. I think that's fine. We can leave this at 17, maybe 16. I'm not sure how many artifacts we have for Opal, but we're going to have a bunch of vehicles, so Opal's probably fine. And then we're going to have also a bunch of cheap creatures, so we probably don't want to be playing Deluge. So I think this is pretty good. Also, Mystical Tutor is a usual staple, but if we're not going for any like combo stuff, like I'm going to avoid putting Thoracle in this deck, so let's get rid of Mystical Tutor. All right, so I think this is a pretty good baseline. So let's make sure to refresh the page to make sure that this count is correct here. Okay, so 68 cards, so we have 32 cards to play with for the rest of the deck. So the first thing I would want to do is I would want to find these in different steps, right? Because I don't know, should this deck be more built around the Assassin and Pirate theme, or do I just not care about that at all and I only want vehicles, right? Because I obviously do want vehicles, but I'm not sure to what degree I want the Assassin and Pirate theme. So let's go ahead and in the search, we're going to go format is EDH. Then we're going to ID is red, blue, and black. And then we're going to want the type to either be Assassin or Pirate. I know there's also ways around this, like we could play Maskwood Nexus, for example, but that's in the more combo-y route. So Assassin or Pirate. Let's just first see how many that gives us. I imagine I'm going to have to cut this down by mana values. Yeah, okay, 269 is not an impossible amount to go through, but oftentimes you do want to reduce the mana values. But let's go ahead and let's look this over. So our deck is not going to be a, like, you know, Pirate, Assassin, Vehicle, Lord deck. I think we mostly want to focus on getting the value off of making treasures and stealing stuff out of our opponent's decks. So not so much like racing with beatdown, right? So let's go ahead and look at these cards. So Adewale is a Assassin Pirate that cares about vehicles, right? ETB, reveal the top 6. Okay, right away, that just kills it because it's a 99 card EDH deck. Whenever vehicle you control deals combat damage to a player, may return from your graveyard to your hand. No, we don't want that. And Admiral Beckett Brass, end step, gain control of target non-permanent controlled by players, dealt combat damage by 3 or more pirates this turn. That is a lot to ask. Other Beckett Brass, ETB Milfort, combat, return a pirate card from the graveyard to the battlefield. No. I don't really... Okay, Amphimutineer would be maybe acceptable, but I do think it's too expensive for what we want to do with it. Not Angelo. This guy does jump, but you have to keep paying for it. I would rather just have pirates or assassins that are automatically flying. So like Aven Heartstabber, for example. So this is a card I would not normally play. But the fact that it is a 2-mana flyer that's also an assassin seems okay. But I'm not sure to what degree this is useful. So as long as there are 5 or more mana values among cards, it gets +2 death touch. And when it dies, you mill 2 and draw a card. So this is borderline. I'm going to tentatively add it for now. But we'll come back to that. A lot of these cards are probably going to wind up getting cut in the end. Not Monarch. Whenever you cast a Historic spell, draw a card. Can't be blocked this turn. This ability triggers only once each turn. That's fine. That is a perfectly good card to have. It's a decent card advantage card that is also a cheap assassin, and it becomes unblockable. That's great. Big Game Hunter, no. Blaster Hulk, cost 1 less for each energy. Nope, definitely don't want that. No, 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 no. In general, we're going to defer to lower mana values, in particular 2 and less. Breaches. Whenever pirate control attacks, choose one that hasn't been chosen. Is it per pirate? It is per pirate. But you only get 3 total. Create a treasure. Target creature can't block. Exile the top card of your library. Okay, this seems fine. Like, not great. Whenever 1 or more pirates you control deal damage to your opponents, exile the top card of each of those opponents' libraries. You may play those cards this turn. And you may play... Okay, so it's basically like our commander, but it's impulse drawing the cards rather than permanently stealing them. I do not care about that one as much. I've just realized something I need to update really fast, and that is in my packages, because I'm going to probably wind up adding this to the deck. In card draw, I need to add Gaunty Night Minister. Yeah. Does I have Enduring Curiosity in here? Okay. This is going to be a deck that involves a lot of cheap things attacking your opponent, so we're probably going to want a lot of Enduring Curiosity and Gaunty Night Minister and those types of cards. Whenever you cast your second spell, you may sack an artifact. If you do flip a coin, right there, I'm out. If it involves coin flipping, we're done. Bombardiers. Obviously good in Legacy, but don't care about it here. Combat on your turn, if you control a legendary assassin, it gets +1/0 and can't be blocked. I like that it can't be blocked, but I don't like that I have to control a legendary assassin. So that means this card doesn't do anything unless my commander's out. Then again, hitting my opponent for a little bit of damage doesn't matter unless my commander's out anyway, so I guess that's fine. I would really prefer these to be 1 mana, but we'll keep on going. ETB Treasure, no, too expensive. Howler doesn't do what we're trying to do. Lannery Storm, also no. No. Most of these are going to be disqualified immediately just for costing too much. Artifact enters, nope. Whenever this attacks, pirates you control get +1 for each time you cast a commander from the command zone, nope. And no, and no. All right, Clod Pirates. 1 mana flyer, exactly what we're looking for. Whenever it attacks, it gets +1/0 until end of turn for each land defending player controls. So most of the time, this is going to be at least 3 power or higher, but it's still 3 mana. Yeah, we'll pass. ETB Treasure, other pirates get +1. Nope. Cruel Sadist is a 1 mana assassin, but it has no form of evasion and its other abilities suck, so we'll pass that up. Reveal a pirate, no. Deals combat damage to player. You may draw a card if you do discard a card. So it is a looter, but it has no evasion. I will tentatively add this because our list of playable assassins and pirates is probably going to be pretty low. All right, let's see. Reach. Switch a vehicle. No. Comes a target visible sacket. No. Menace. +1/0 for each other assassin and each assassin in your graveyard. This comes to your player, surveil X, where X is the amount of damage it dealt to that player. Okay, it's harder to block with Menace, but that's still not good enough. Attacks, it gets +1. No. Dies, make a treasure. Each creature you control but don't own. No. Alright, there's Kenway, who's in the deck already, obviously. Death Touch. End step if you descend a treasure. Draw a card, discard a card. When you discard a creature card, target creature you control can't be blocked this turn. Having to pay 1 to loot every time is not great. The fact that it taps, though, and therefore already has a built-in way of being tapped, and so you can treasures off of it, and it loots is okay. This seems pretty mediocre, but we'll add it. Not Firebrand. You don't know where you're going to be in turn order, and so you definitely want just creatures that flat out are unblockable. All right, flying. It can't block. Whenever 1 or more pirates you control deal damage to a player, it explores. But it inherently doesn't have any power. So you have to always have something else to get it going in the first place. That seems pretty bad. So I'm not going to play like random one mana creatures that don't have any relevant abilities. As long as it's your turn, it has flying. All right, perfect. That's what we want. Vine Lasher is an assassin. I don't think this damage is going to add up enough for that to matter. Kari Zev is slightly hard to block. It makes a pirate, but then the Ragavan token goes away, so it's not like you get the body for when Endward Kenway triggers, so it's probably not good. Remember, 1 or more assassins you control deal damage to the player. Exile up to 1 target assassin or card with free running from your graveyard. If you do, you may cast it. You may copy it and cast the copy. Nah. Alright, well, this has flying, so sure. As does Kitesail Freebooter. Kitesail Larcenist is also a playable card on its own, so it's also a flying pirate, so we'll go with that. Not this one. Beginning of your end step, surveil X, where X is the number of tapped assassins. No. Malcolm. The other Malcolm. And then there's this other Malcolm. So all the Malcolms. Let's see. Tap, draw, discard. Whenever you discard an island, pirate, or vehicle, create a tapped treasure. It's a looter. But I would not play a 3-mana looter normally. And the fact that it just makes a treasure when you discard one of these cards is also probably not worth it. Alright, target creature with Island Walk? Okay, definitely not. Flying, Death Touch, not at 3. Flying, Vigilance, tap at... So already that succeeds from being a 2-mana flyer. Tap, add blue, spend this only to cast an artifact or activate an ability of an artifact source. We'll take it. Copy. Pirate Ship, Plunderer. Death Touch attacks another assassin, gets Death Touch. Nope. We have Ragavan already. Whenever one or more pirates you control deal combat damage to the player, exile the top card of that player's library. You may cast that card for as long as it remains exiled. So it's kind of like another of our commander. So sure. It does have to be specifically a pirate, though, not just an assassin. So it's not going to work with any of our creatures that are assassins. I think most of the creatures we've added so far have been pirates, though. Needlehead happens to be an assassin. The double red's kind of difficult, but it's fine. And then... what else we got? 3 mana, too much. Other creatures you control are assassins in addition to their other types. The same is true for creature spells you control. Okay, so that's not relevant. Because the vehicles are counted in the treasure count. Skyray happens to be a flying pirate. All right. As long as your turn has flying and first strike, but it's 3 mana, so no. Siren Storm Tamer, perfect. Flying. Deal combat damage to player for each kind of counter on target permanent or player. Give that permanent or player another of that counter. Okay. I'm basically by default putting in any eligible creature that's 2 mana or less that has evasion. And then if it turns out we have too many, we'll pare them down later. ETB, look at the top 4. Reveal an artifact or pirate. Definitely not. Stormfleet Aerialist. Whenever this attacks, each player reveals the top. Reach a non-land. Create a map token. No. Comes into play from your... So when it enters, look at your opponent's hand. Sure. Flying. Talus Scout. Can't be blocked. I'm not adding it at 3. Unstoppable Slasher is an assassin. But in this deck, I don't think we really care about dealing a ton of damage to somebody. I think we more care about getting the treasures and the cards that we're casting. So, not adding that. Warkite Marauder. Alright, so that is the Pirates and Assassins list. So let's go back over here, and then obviously a bunch of these are going to be untagged. So we will add the Evasion tag to a bunch of these guys, right? Yeah. Evasion. Only playing it for Evasion. Evasion. More Evasion. This guy is sort of a card advantage card, right? Pirates deal damage to opponent, exile. Yeah, this is card draw in a sense. Oaken Siren is only to cast an artifact. It's kind of a ramp spell. It is an awkward ramp spell, though. It's a very specific kind of ramp spell. Malcolm, I mean, you do make clues, but I wouldn't really call it card draw. This I would call cantripping filtering. Saboteur. I think the fact that this doesn't have evasion means I'm going to wind up cutting it. Yeah. You control legendary, it gets +1. Yeah, we're going to cut this guy as well. And then there's Basim, who is card draw. And Heart Stabber is also evasion. Okay. So now, let's look at our subtypes so that we can see all the assassins and pirates. So we've got 5 assassins, and then are any of these also pirates? No. And then we have 20 pirates. Okay, so this is probably more than we need. Let's do some math here. Hypergeometric calculator. Okay, so realistically, we're probably going to want a minimum of like 3 creatures that trigger Edward Kenway, right? I guess we don't get the steal a card trigger unless it's a vehicle specifically. Oh, yes, I've been going about this the wrong way. Yeah, so mainly we want pirates that just have relevant abilities, not that are hitting our opponent. Oof. I didn't see a lot of them that I would even play in that regard, though. All right, I guess let's get rid of all the evasion-only ones in that case. The loot one is fine. Freebooter is fine. Whoops. Pirates. So we don't want to hit with pirates. We want to hit with vehicles. Okay, so get rid of breaches. Malcolm? I mean, it's okay if it loots. Like, what? That's fine. Skyray, Plunderer, Sailor, Spyglass, Aerialist, or Scout, or Kite. And then the Assassins, get rid of this. Basim definitely stays, and then these are fine. Where are my pirates? All right, let's pull that list back up. Format, EDH, ID, red, blue, black, type pirate, or type assassin. Let's rares only. It's got to be high enough power that it can actually crew vehicle. I mean, I guess no, that doesn't have to be the case. It can just be multiple creatures that are crewing the vehicles, but we want as many vehicles as we can get, right? I just don't think we're going to have a lot of options in terms of, like, good... We technically don't need to play any assassins or pirates, so let's not go out of our way to play mediocre ones. Yeah, I think we just don't have a lot of options. Okay. So back over to the list. So now let's do format, EDH, ID, red, blue, black, type vehicle. How many vehicles are there in total? I know there's a lot. 121, that's not too difficult to go through. Okay, so we're mainly looking for vehicles that are cheap and that have evasion so we can hit our opponents with them. And we don't want vehicles that have, like, enormous crew costs, right? Island Walk is basically unblockable. Whenever it attacks, if an assassin crewed it, draw a card, it becomes an assassin. Okay, that sounds like exactly the kind of thing we would want. Aetherdrift Harvester does have flying. It is 3 mana, though. I don't like that. I do like that it crews for 1, so we'll add that. Record you control power. 2 rolls gains lifelink. It can't be blocked. This is so expensive on 4, though. Whenever it attacks another target, legendary creature can't be blocked. That's not great. Energy, energy, energy. Sloop at least loops, and it has menace, so that's okay. Flying and 3. This is better than Aethersphere Harvester, except for the crew. Vigilance. Whenever attacks, create a treasure. Clown car? It has no way of, like, beating in and not really any relevant abilities, though. Crypt Collar Chariot, no. Caravan, the Monorock, sure. We're probably going to discount any of the vehicles that are above 4 mana, unless they're really good. Can't be blocked, except by vehicles. Deals combat damage to the player. You may cast target instant sorcery from the player's graveyard without paying for it. If the spell will be put into a graveyard, exile it. Okay, so a big problem with any vehicles that cost above 4 is we want all of our vehicles in play. We then want to slam Kenway, crew everything, attack, and steal a bunch of stuff. Junker is probably fine. We'll probably have enough. Let's see. How many artifacts are we going to have in general? So I think if I ever paid more than 3 for this, I'd be unhappy. Probably fine. Menace, Vigilance. Pirates get +1/0. Nah. Energy related. Okay, Flywheel Racer. Oh, it doesn't have flying. It's kind of a Monorock, but not really. If we're really low on vehicles, we can have that. This one kills stuff, right? Each player chooses 2 non-token, non-vehicle creatures. Exile them until this leaves. Yeah, we can ignore that. Trample, and then... So I like that this doesn't have to crew itself, at least for the first turn. It's also unlikely it's going to be able to beat in without trading at some point, so we can ignore that. I got here, what deck are you doing, and have you done Asmo? No, Asmo's up next, Joe. Right now we're doing a deck that was requested by one of my YouTube commenters, but the deck you requested is up next. It's Edward Kenway, and we're looking at trying to find cheap evasive vehicles or vehicles that have some other benefit to them. The Heart of Kirin is perfect. It's 2 mana. It has evasion. Flash flying, okay, crew 1. We can, take high-speed hover bike. All Drifter's too expensive. Imposter mech, enter as a copy of a creature an opponent controls, except it's a vehicle with crew 3 and loses all of their card types. Copy of a creature an opponent controls. I mean, Imposter mech is one of the better vehicles for EDH, so I don't know if it exactly slots into our game plan, but we should probably play that one. I like the Dockside-ish ability on this, but I don't like that it's 4 mana. Whenever this deals combat damage to a player, you may discard your hand if you do draw a card for each artifact you control. No. Alright, Lifecraft Engine. Vehicles are the chosen type. So the fact turning my vehicles into other types is not irrelevant with Edward, so that's not good. Crew 4 on this. Mind Lake Mech has flying. It becomes a copy of the thing that crewed it. If target non-legendary creature that crewed it, yeah. Except it's a 4/3. Cast it on... So I like... Okay, cast it on creature. This just becomes a thing. But that's not as easy as you might think. As long as it has haste, as long as you control a mount. Whenever it attacks, look at the top card of your library. If it's a land, you may put it onto the battlefield tapped. Doesn't have evasion, but has an ability that'll hit 1/3 of the time because we have 31 lands in the deck. That's not that great, but we do need cheap vehicles. Flying, when it becomes crewed, up to one other target vehicle becomes an artifact creature. Sure. And then this one, no. Nautiloid. You put a creature card exiled with it onto the battlefield under your control. This is a good enough ability that I think I'm willing to make an exception for the 4 mana here. Flying. Enters create a 2/2. Okay. So if we're building Edward Kenway in this way, it's definitely not going to be that powerful of a deck because it's quite clunky. Possession Engine's okay. I'm probably not going to play that. Bankbuster. How easy is it to crew 3? I guess we can reevaluate which creatures we have and like what power we need in order to crew everything. But I shouldn't discount it just because it has high crew costs. If you activate an exhaust, draw a card. No. This has flying. Enters, create a single token. Proliferate. No, we don't need that. Titanic. Deals combat damage. Sack it. Create that many treasures. Nope. Hamster, 7 mana. Combat damage to player or planeswalker. Draw. Double blue. Doesn't have evasion, but sure. Alright, has flying and is 2 mana. Copter, obviously. Schooner has no evasion. Flying attacks if you control Time Lord. Okay, so it's just flying. Sure. Whenever it attacks, create a treasure. Until every turn, you may look at the top card of your library, and you may play lands and cast spells from the top of your library. No, and it's because I don't think our mana value is going to be low enough on average for that to be relevant. Indomitable, on the other hand, is absolutely the kind of card we want to play because we're built around beating our opponents in. Thopter Fabricator. Earth? It is relevant to eat people's graveyards. And it will start getting really big. So sure. And then Weatherlight requires a bunch of stuff has to die, right? Yeah, okay. And then I intentionally overlooked all the bots, but let's do set bot. So what are all of the flip sides of all of these? Because you can just cast them on the other side, right? Or can you not? Do they have to transform? I don't remember these ones. You may cast this card converted for 4. Okay, yeah. So actually, we should start on the front. So you have to pay 4 mana for this in order to play it on this side. And then it's a... It does have evasion. And then what's this side? At beginning of your end step, target opponent loses life equal to the life the player lost this way. No. Converts for 7. Way too much. Okay, converts for 2. And then it starts as Menace, Death Touch. Deals combat damage to a player. Exile that many cards from the top of their library. From your library. Put an intel counter on each one. And then the other side... What is it based on? How much damage you're dealing. So 2. Sack a thing. Discard your hand. Put all exiled cards with it. Okay, I would think I would play this just because it is... It's basically a vehicle that we can play for 2 mana that is always a creature. Oh, you have to convert it. Not optional. And then you have to sack an artifact to convert it back. I would need to play test this, but let's just add it tentatively. Okay, so you can play it converted for 4, and then it's flying. Remove counters from among artifacts. Add colorless, which you can't be spent to cast non-artifacts. That's not very good. All right, I know Slicer is a very popular commander. So 3 mana gets you a first strike haste. You'll combat damage player, convert it, and then it's each opponent's upkeep. You may have that player gain control of Slicer. If you do, untap goad it. Can't be sacked. If you don't convert it, sure, we'll add Slicer. And then this is 3. Flying Menace haste right there. I already want it. Whenever it deals combat damage to the player, if there's no monarch, the player becomes the monarch. Whenever you become... Wait, it makes them the monarch? If there is no monarch, that player becomes the monarch. Oh, that's horrible. Alright, never mind. I guess if we're getting a card off of Edward Kenway anyway, maybe we don't care that one of our opponents becomes the monarch. Whenever you draw, if you're the monarch, target opponent loses to. I also like that it retains flying when it's on the front side. Every one more creatures deal combat damage, you convert. Okay, so back to the list. So now we've got a bunch of vehicles to tag. So let's find all the untagged ones. So that's a lot. So we've got this one. If an assassin crewed it. That's quite the hoops to jump through. Harvester is just evasion. Loop is filtering, cantrip filtering. This one is evasion only. Flywheel Racer is just evasion. Articuran, evasion. Hoverbike, evasion. Imposter Mech is a clone. Is clone. Copy clone. Thopter Fabricator is not really evasion, but I mean, that's what we're gonna classify it as. Hardus, also evasion. Skyskiff, evasion. Submersible, card draw. Bankbuster. It's not really card draw because eventually the card draw runs out, so it's more like a cantrip. Night Scythe, evasion. Mobilizer Mech. Evasion. Homestead. Nothing really. And then Mindlink Mech is not really a clone because it only clones the things that crewed it. So I don't think I would categorize that as anything. And then Starscream. There's a lot of stuff here going on. I'm not sure what I would classify these as. This one, I guess it would just be beat down. Yeah. Yeah, Slicer's a beat down. And then this one is, not sure what I'd classify that as either. Okay. So we obviously have way too many vehicles. So subtype, let's look at the vehicles. We have 23, and then the robots are not counted in that because their front sides are not vehicles. So immediately I would want to start stripping away all the ones that cost a lot. So like Nautiloid ship, for example, let's just move that into the considerations tab. Any of them that are 3, I think we have plenty that are 2 mana evaders regardless. So Night Scythe can go. What else? Mindlink Mech, I don't think really has much that we care about copying. And we only get to copy it for 1 turn anyway, so let's get rid of Mindlink Mech. Let's get rid of, not Caravan, Brotherhood, Vertibird, Loop, Harvester, Adrestia. This one's gonna brick so often that let's just get rid of it. And then Bankbuster, I don't like because you have to keep paying to draw, and it has a high crew cost as well, so if I have to remove more, I'd probably get rid of that. All right, so we have 15 vehicles plus the robots, right? And this is 3. Yeah, so we can get rid of that. Slicer is 3. We can get rid of that. And then this one's 2, but it doesn't really have evasion. Do all the rest of these have evasion? Well, not really. Well, some of them are not evasive creatures. They're just other things like Caravan, Junker. Submersible doesn't have evasion. Bankbuster's big enough that they probably don't want to block it. Indomitable obviously is its own thing. And Hearst doesn't have evasion, but it has other uses. So, the main question is we have a 99 card deck. We're going to draw... Let's say by the time Edward Kenway comes out, assuming we've drawn no extra cards up to that point, we've drawn 5 cards total. So we're going to see our opening hand plus 12 extra cards. Oh wait, no, there's 15 vehicles. This is the sample size. So then opening hand, plus 5 extra cards. And we want to see realistically at least 3 vehicles. So what's the odds that we find them? Only 26%. That's pretty bad. Oh, that's 15 plus Laymore. So there's 16 successes. 30. All right. I'm definitely going to want to play Mu Yanling from the new set. Mu Yanling. Anytime now, Moxville. It's Mu Yanling Wind Rider? Yeah. Oh, this is card draw. Okay. So she makes a vehicle token, so that's like another one. So that's another thing to look up. EDH, ID, red, blue, black, and then in the is not a vehicle, but says vehicle in the Oracle. 54 results. A lot of these are not going to be what we're really looking for, but it is worth going through them. Chandra also makes a vehicle. It's also easy to hit though, and our commander makes us want to have a bunch of tapped creatures at the end of our turn. So the odds that we can actually block anything are pretty bad. So I think I'm going to avoid Chandra. Back another creature or vehicle to draw and with start your engines. I think the fact that we so start your engine, if we don't have start your engines at max speed, our deck is failing anyway. So how useful is it to have a sack outlet? I don't think we really want it. Skylight Matrix to crew stuff is whatever. Chandra is pretty on theme. Should we just have it anyway? All right, what else do we have? We have stuff that crews vehicle, or that, like, you know, turns vehicles into creatures. Yeah, Mech Hanger. I don't think we want Mech Hanger in the deck, though. Are Mu Yanling and Chandra the only thing that make vehicle tokens? I can't think of a vehicle token that was made prior to them. And I don't want to turn all my vehicles into creatures for one turn. I want to turn them into creatures forever. So maybe like March of the Machine would be something we'd want. I'm not sure though. All right, let's go ahead and add Chandra to the deck. So I think I would primarily classify Chandra as a cantrip, but she obviously does other things. Okay, so is our count actually 97 right now? It is 97 right now. Okay, so we have... How many cards in the deck are actually creatures? 16. And what's our average power? We've got 2, 2, 3... Well, we're playing this on the other side most of the time, but then it's a 2 or 3 power creature. 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 3... 0, 2, 4, 2, 1, and Kenway. So most of our creatures have 1 or 2 power, which means anything that crews for 3 is immediately not nearly as good, because we probably can't crew it in a lot of the case. So go to subtypes, back to the vehicles, and we're going to look for the ones that have higher crew costs. Indomitable's fine because that has an effect that we want, but I know in particular Bankbuster crewing for 3 is an issue. And then this one crews for 3. This one also crews for 3. I guess if we have multiple creatures, that's okay. Articuran crews for 3. It also removes loyalty, but We don't have a good way of doing that. And then Cultivator Cruise for 3, but it also adds mana. And this Cruise for 2. Okay, so I don't think we need to add any forced tap cards. So, you know, a card like, let's say Opposition, for example, right? Because we already have the vehicles to tap all of our creatures, and we can also use one vehicle to crew another one. So if all we want to do, say, is have Edward Kenway, beginning event step, make treasure tokens, we can just go crew a vehicle, use that to crew the other vehicle, basically tap all of our stuff, and then we get the Kenway trigger, right? This is seeming pretty anemic, though, so let's go back to the types and tags. I want to take a look at... Can I compare this to packages? Compare. I cannot. I have to look them up individually. Okay, so let's look at my card draw package. I want to see if I want more card drawing effects, right? So right now, our card drawing effects are Basim, Muyanling, Remora, Ramirez, DiPietro. This is pirate related, right? Okay, yeah. The fact we stripped a bunch of pirates out of the deck, so we can get rid of that. Clamp. How many cheap creatures do we have that we can clamp? How many are clampable? 1, Sword of 2, 3. All right, I can already tell that's not enough. So yeah, this is not a clamp deck, so we get rid of clamp. And then we already have Indomitable and Muyanling, but do we want more? Card draw spells. Do we want Sphinx, Crystal Skull, Curiosity, Gaunty. Gaunty works pretty well with our commander. Also, if we're hitting our opponents a lot, we may want Facebreaker. And we also are making treasures. So let's add in Professional Facebreaker, Gaunty Night Minister, which I believe this is the first time I'm ever adding it to a deck, so I need to tag it. Yeah, so this is card draw, essentially. And let's add in Enduring Curiosity. All right. Next. 20 ramp spells, including Facebreaker, is probably fine. Oh, Malcolm's nowhere near as good now that we don't have all the cheap pirates anymore, so we can get rid of that. Assassins. Yeah, so I had these guys in here. This one taps itself. That's fine. And then the pirates. The worst one's probably Freebooter. I also know that there was, what is it? Throne of the High Pharaoh? Throne of the God Pharaoh. Beginning of your end step, each opponent loses life equal to the number of tapped creatures you control. So if you go, like, you know, bail a bunch of guys, through all my stuff, right? Realistically, how much damage are you dealing? I don't think we want this because it's not directly adding to all of our, to our main game plan, but it is possible that we do want ways to just close out the game. So Throne of the God Pharaoh as a way of, like, beating down. I've never added this to a deck before either, so this is a beatdown card. And then maybe we do want force tappers, like... it would be EDH, ID, Rub. Oracle is tap and untapped. Yeah, tap and untapped. And it also needs a colon in it. 47 results. I can't think of anyone off the top of my head other than Opposition. So that'll probably be the one that we're going to pick. But I don't know that we even want Opposition. Okay, there's Opposition. I didn't even think about Changelings. Would I want any of them? Torian Mauler? Probably not. Yeah, I guess just opposition. And I'm not even sure this is an opposition deck. How many creatures do we have? We have 17, and of them, how many cost 2 or less? 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10. That's not enough for opposition. All right, what else? I think we have sufficient amount of card draw. We have sufficient amount of ramp. We have probably enough vehicles and enough creatures to crew them. We have decent amount of removal, so that's not a problem. So we're mainly just got 2 more spots left to fill. Right? 98? Okay. So at this point, I'm not sure what else to add, so let's take a look at EDH Rec and see if there's any glaring oversights that I have. Edward Kenway. Oh, one glaring oversight I definitely have is evasion for all creatures, right? Because how many of the vehicles inherently have evasion? Because I'm thinking about, like, what if we run Cover of Darkness or something? So we've got, so of the 15 vehicles that we have, plus Flame War. Flame War has Menace, but that's not really evasion. So of the 16 we have, how many of them actually have evasion? 1. No, this doesn't actually have flying. 1. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So not that many. Cover of Darkness. Does Cover of Darkness only count a certain creature type, or what is it? Cover of Darkness. Where is that? Should be under evasion. Yeah. Choose a creature type. Creatures of the chosen type have fear. Is vehicle a creature type? I don't think it is, right? So I don't think you can choose vehicle as the type. All right, let's take a look. What does EDH Rec have to say about Edward Kenway? All right, so obviously, like, a bunch of the pirate and assassin stuff is in here as expected. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to an opponent, you may draw a card. Yeah, we already have Nominable and Enduring Curiosity and whatnot. This just has piracy in the name, so of course that's going to get played. Black market connections, because you can make shapeshifters that are pirates or / assassins. That's reasonable. Black market connections. Hey, look, all the sites have been updated with Game Changer EDH bracket system stuff. Yeah, I don't think the pirate theme is the direction you want to go in. So, Roaming Throne. Yeah, Roaming Throne is the type that you want, and it will double trigger the Edward Kenway. So yeah, Roaming Throne. I still don't think we want Anthem Mutineer. So you can make clues and food. So for each treasure, that's also a decent addition. Academy Manufactor. Each non-land permanent that's not historic. Spells look fairly straightforward. Withering Torment. What do we have right now that gets rid of enchantments? Kind of nothing. I guess it was Kite Sail target enchantments? No, it doesn't. I think I'd rather have that than Snuff Out, so... yeah. Withering. Actually, no. Rather than Withering Torment, I would rather have... what's the other one? Feed Darkness? What is it called? MV2, color, black, type, sorcery. Enchantment. Feed the swarm. Alright, a lot of spells that I'm not really caring about. And then I assume we'll start getting the vehicles. Okay, yeah, so here's the vehicles. Time Sieve. Oh, so there's some Time Sieve combo stuff. Yeah, I guess if you're ever at a point in the game where you can make 5 treasures a turn, you can take infinite turns with Time Sieve. I suppose that's another out, Time Sieve. I mean, that one's just obvious, right? Like, pair it up with your commander, infinite turns. It's not such bullshit as something like Thoracle, because you do actually have to build that up to some extent. Oh yeah, protection for Edward Kenway. I didn't even think about that. Let's add in protection, and then we're going to cut that down a lot. Okay, so the protection is going to be preferably in the form of creatures so that we can use them to crew vehicles. So let's get rid of... Do I want Bolt Bend? No, because I don't want to have to hold mana up. Spellskite, which unfortunately has no power, but sure. Misdirection, let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of Mischief. Hydroelectric Specimen, where's protection? Essior, yeah, get rid of Essior, get rid of Duress, Fence Grid. Definitely want Lightning Greaves, let's get rid of Ricochet Trap. We're unfortunately going to get put way above how many cards we can run. Let's just wind up getting rid of all of these. Okay, back to Rec. Equipped creature has Ward 2 as an assassin. Equipped a legendary creature for 1 mana. That's honestly not that good. When this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card, discard a card. Nope. Alright, not really seeing anything that I would have wanted to add. Yeah, Maskwood Nexus was obvious, but I don't think we need that. Cover of Darkness. Cast an Outlaw, copy it, but we're more in on vehicles than we are anything else. However, 1 or more non-token creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, create a 1/1 black assassin creature token with menace. That's interesting. So if we hit our opponents, then we get to make tokens that are directly relevant to what we're doing. I'm not sure how good this is, but it does seem like the kind of thing that we would want. Rooftop access. What? Bypass, not access. Shared Animosity? No. None of the tribal stuff is going to work because we can't name vehicle. I guess this technically, we don't have to name vehicle, but we also are not trying to like beat our opponents to death, so that's fine. There's Chandra. I don't think we need any of these special lands either. All right, I think that's everything. So how many cards do we have to cut right now? We have to cut 7 cards. If I'm already winning with Time Sieve, then we don't need Throne of the God Pharaoh. So we can get rid of that. And then Chandra was already pretty iffy. I think we just get rid of Chandra. I would also... Flame War also seems pretty iffy to me, especially because you're forced to convert it. So you only get it as a vehicle for 1 turn, like for 1 hit, and then it converts. And then you have to sack stuff to switch it around again. So I think it's the worst vehicle that we have. I'm also not really a fan of Freebooter. It's not actually that good of a protection spell, and it's also only 1 power, so it doesn't crew all our vehicles. So let's get rid of that one. 3 more cuts. How many blue spells do we have? Like, is Force of Will playable, basically? Do we have enough blue spells for Force of Will? 22 is probably enough for Force of Will, so we're not cutting that. All right. We probably don't need 20 ramp spells, but at the same time, cutting any of them makes Mox Opal worse. Although we have a lot of artifacts. with all the vehicles that we're playing. So maybe we can cut some of them. What's our worst ramp that isn't Caravan? Probably Thought Vessel. Let's cut Thought Vessel. Welcome, XD Joey. 2 more cuts. Oh, it added Burnout to our deck when we added a package in. We definitely can get rid of that. That's not necessary either, so we got 1 cut. It might be Dark Ritual. So the idea here is that obviously you can play Edward Kenway faster, but there's something to be said for, well, how much setup do you actually have if you're Dark Ritualing into it, right? Because if you're doing this, it's turn 3, and you're going Dark Ritual, you have 3 black, which pays for the generic and the black, and then you've got the 2 other lands, right? So how many creatures have you realistically even played by that point? To where, like, if this is even going to do anything. The other argument would be, well, you can use this to cheat some of the mana so you can, like, hold up a counterspell or something. But I think either one is not that great of an investment. So we can just go ahead and get rid of Dark Ritual. All right, so I think that'll do it. So we've got our Edward Kenway here. So the idea is to get a bunch of assassins, pirates, and vehicles into play. And then we want them to be tapped. So we either attack with them or we just crew our vehicles. And then on end step, we make a bunch of treasures. And we also have the ability to just hit our opponents with our vehicles. So we either want vehicles that are incidentally good anyway, and then we can hit our opponents with them, or vehicles that specifically are cheap and have evasion, which we do. I believe we have 15 total, right? Vehicles, we have 15 total vehicles. Some are evasion vehicles, some are just vehicles that have other abilities on them. And the idea is we can win in primarily one of 2 ways. Either we have 5 total permanents that have one of these types that we can tap down, and then we have Time Sieve. So we just make 5 treasures a turn, stack them all to Time Sieve, take infinite turns, and then eventually win the game. Or we just keep hitting our opponents, keep hitting our opponents with vehicles, stealing their cards, and then we, find some threats based on whatever cards they have, and then we kill them that way. Or we can also just play the value game of, we have a bunch of treasures and extra cards, and so we can just, like, answer whatever problems arise from the opponents, and then we will eventually just have some threats that can kill our opponents slowly over time. So this seems decent enough to me. All right, let's go ahead and add this to the EDH decks. If nobody has any comments, I think we can move on from here. I would obviously want to play this. Oh, yeah, one important thing I often forget is we do need to play test it just to make sure, like, okay, this actually works. Because looking at it, it might look like it works, but then playing it, it might turn out, well, we don't hit lands enough, or like maybe some of these cards are actually bad. So let's just do a play test session. Okay, so we start off with a hand that's actually not very good, so let's just restart. Okay, we have 1 land and can't do anything. All right, well, all right, this is more appropriate. So it's EDH, so we obviously always draw a card. So we go Ancient Tomb, Felwar. Then we can't do anything except possibly interact with Red Blast. So we'll take our next turn. Play another land. I guess we can go tap, 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 play Roaming Throne, name Pirate or Assassin. Next turn. Land Edward. Assuming that this doesn't get killed. So we might hold off a turn. And actually we need more setup. So I think more realistically, we want to go first. Actually, hold on. We want to go Basim, then Hearse, draw a card, and then play a tap land. Oh, this actually double triggers it, right? If we named Assassin. Take our next turn, and now we can go land, and we can go Edward Kenway. So 2, 3, 4, 5, and then if our opponents try to interact, we can blast in response. Keep this around. And then we can have all of our guys get tapped down and by whatever means we want, either crewing hearse or just whatever. And then we'll make 6 treasures. Assuming Edward Kenway survives the round, we can then go from there. All right, let's try this again. Okay. So Gemstone Caverns comes in. We'll exile one of our lands. We draw for our first turn. We play Minamo. We tap this. We play a Submersible. Actually, do we play Submersible? No, we just play Mindstone. Next. Obviously, we're goldfishing, so I don't know to what extent we would draw any cards off of Mystic Remora. So, land. Assume that I go fetch something with this. We can play 2 vehicles. Next. I guess, given the current state, I would have fetched Badlands. Enter as a copy of a creature an opponent controls, except it's a vehicle. Okay, so yeah, we would play, I don't know, this. Mystic Remora. Assume Remora draws us, like, 2 cards, let's say. And then goes away. And we take our next turn. A Soul Ring. We've got 5 mana total for Edward, but no way of protecting him. So instead, we will play Heart and Kite Sail. And then next turn, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Kenway. Swansong protects from any removal. And then we've got a bunch of stuff. So we can crew. This is a creature, right? No, it's an artifact, or it's a vehicle. So, crew 2 things, use those 2 things to crew another 2 things, and then attack, and we get 2 theft triggers, and then we get to make, does it count itself? Yeah. And then we get to make 6 treasures on end step. All right, so those 2 games have involved playing Gemstone Caverns and Ancient Tomb. So what if we don't have Mon Acceleration like that, right? What if we just have like a normal hand? Okay, let's, I'm gonna put this back in the deck. Shuffle, draw a new card. All right, so what if this is our hand and we don't have Soul Ring, for example, right? So let's go draw for turn, play this, play Ragavan. Next. Opal, hit somebody, make a treasure token, add treasure. Play this. Tap, tap, play Sky Skiff. Next. Depends on whether you can hit somebody with Ragavan or not. I'm assuming if I play Ragavan on turn 1, you can probably hit somebody at least twice. So, do this, make another treasure. And then we'll play... Actually, before that, I would have played Gonti. In order to get the trigger off of that. Whenever a player casts a spell they don't own, that player creates a treasure. Yeah, okay. So next. And crewed the Sky Skiff and hit somebody else. This. Go fetch some kind of a land, whatever that land is. Alright, assume that Ragavan can no longer actually hit anybody because everyone has blockers. So we can play 1, 2, Belwar. And then we've got Gonti in play, and we've stolen... This is the kind of issue that is hard to play test, because it's like, well, we don't know what is on our opponent's side of the field. Do they have blockers for Ragavan and Gonti? What cards did we hit off of Gonti so that we would have cast those? But I think the general point is that it appears that we generally can like draw enough lands to play our stuff. We are getting some card draw spells. Like we're able to execute this game plan, so this looks fine. All right, so that's Edward Kenway. Seems solid to me. All right, so now let's move on. So that was Bunch Stray Dog's request. Now let's move on to Joseph Cirone's request for an Asmo EDH deck. So new. Asmo. Asmorana Marta Catechist. Asmo. All right, so once again, immediately, we're just going to sort by types and tags, EDH starter kit, remove anything that is not relevant. So we're going to have 3 fetch lands that were added that are not appropriate to our deck. Also, our commander costs 1 mana, so we don't care about Mana Vault or Ritual, unless they're relevant for some other card. The fetch lands that are non-relevant, we're not going to use Yavimaya, and then we are not going to use Windswept Heath, White and Blue Flooded Strand, and then blue and green Misty. And then we need to add 2 color mana base. Did that add the fetch lands back? Yeah, okay, hang on. Windswept, Misty, Flooded. So now we have 29 lands, which is a little low. We also added Blazemire Verge. ID, red, black. Actually, no, yeah, we're only going to have the 1 Verge because we're on 2 colors. This is definitely not enough lands. Well, is it definitely not enough lands? It could be enough lands, but we'll figure that out later. If we have to add in some more lands, we will. All right, our commander's cheap enough that we can play like the Deadly Rollick type effects, and we're in red and black, so we don't have a lot of options for dealing with stuff outside of. So Feed the Swarm, let's play that. I don't know if we're going to want Deluge or not. We'll come back to that later. So the rest of this seems fine. Like, these are the typical staples you would have in a deck like this. Ramp spells. We have 16, including Ragavan. That seems fine as well. I add all the MDFCs in this color to fill it in. I would not want Shatterskull. I wouldn't want Agadeem's Awakening. There's Pinnacle Monk, which we have already. There's Fell the Profane. That's probably fine. Although it's not great. Fell the Profane. Actually, what would help? That one's possible. All right. I feel like this is basically like the setup of. Let's get rid of Chaos Warp. Okay, that's all good. Now let's look at our commander. So as long as you've discarded a card this turn, you can pay hybrid red-black, whichever one that is, to cast this spell, right? So we have to have ways of discarding cards. And then when it enters, you may search your library for a card named the Underworld Cookbook, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle, and sack 2 foods. Target creature deals 6 damage to itself. So we want discard out. Obviously, we want the Underworld Cookbook. The Underworld Cookbook goes with our commander, obviously, and it itself is a discard effect. So we want cheap discard outlets, preferably ones that cantrip, so that we can cast Asmo. One that immediately comes to mind is Faithless Looting. And we also want potentially things that make food tokens, although in Rakdos, I don't know how many of those there are. And then if there are any effects that care about creatures dealing damage to themselves. So I know, for example, that Phyrexian Obliterator, I think this is one of the things that you used to do. Yeah, whenever source deals damage to Phyrexian Obliterator, that source's controller stacks them any permanents, right? So it used to be when your opponents would have Phyrexian Obliterator, you could use Rack with Madness to make it deal damage to itself, and then your opponent would stack a bunch of permanents. Obviously, that's not going to work with us because we are the source of the damage, but if there's anything that we can give our opponents, if there's any effects that are like, you know, whenever an opponent's creature, or whenever a source an opponent controls deals damage to whatever, you know, do something, right? So, I'm not really sure where to take this, but let's just start looking up some stuff. So, first things first, we need discard outlets. So, format, EDH, ID, Rakdos, and we need, it has to say discard, and it preferably wants to be cheap, right? So, 2 or less, we're going to get a bajillion results. Yeah, 288. So, we probably don't want to just be discarding. Like, we need to get some effect out of it, right? Like, we need to draw a card, or we need to, like, return something from our graveyard to our hand. So, like, Tortured Existence is a card that immediately comes to mind as something we'd probably want to do. Artist's Talent, that's, like, another good one. 288 is not too much to go through, especially a lot of the cards I can tell on site are things that we either want or don't want, so we can get through it pretty fast. If we're discarding, I don't know if that we're going to be discarding enough cards to warrant, like, Bag of Holding effects. Bazaar is also not something we want. Yeah, and then there's, like, all the Bitter Reunion effects, which I think are cards that we don't want either. So for all of these, like, Bitter Triumph, for example, is another one we don't want because we really don't want to have to sacrifice a card in the form of discarding a card in order to cast the Asmo. We want that card to replace itself. And we would preferably like to be able to discard the card for free or at least 1 mana so that we can then cast Asmo. We want Asmo out as fast as possible. I went the Agatha's Soul Cauldron route and also the Painter-esque route with, like, Engineer and Welder, then just generic discard payoffs like Bone Miser and Badgersore. Don't know what... Oh, Badgersore? Don't know what that is. Oh, come on. What is this? Bereavement. Whenever a green creature dies, its controller discards a card from their hand. Okay, well, obviously that's not relevant. What else do we have? We could also just do the... There is a specific archetype of EDH decks that are built around causing everyone to discard their hands, so this would classically be cards like Turgid. But we could just do that anyway, since we want our commander to be cast. I don't think that's really going to pay off for us, though, so let's not go that direction. Chain, so we can't draw extra cards. I don't think we want that, no. And there's Chain of Smog, yeah. No, we're not doing that. Although we could technically play a Chain of Smog combo, but we never ever want to target ourselves just to discard so that we can cast Asmo. Collector's Vault is a way of looting and making a treasure, but it's so expensive before we get anything out of it. Currency Converter, no. We want cheaper things than this. There's the plot loot effect, Highway Robbery. We probably want that. This one rebounds, I guess. FOMO is... The attacking our opponents with our 3/3 commander is not very good. So, like, Draw a discard, and then it rebounds the next turn so that you can cast Asmo without having to pay anything up front. That might be okay. I was also thinking about what about lands that do this. I don't think I would want Gyre Reach, though, because I don't want my opponents drawing. Or looting, rather. So what else do we have? That's opponent discards. Inti. I'm concerned with the inability to impulse draw past the card that we get off of it. But it is a free discard outlet, right? It discards when we attack. Yeah, okay, we play Inti. And then Insolent Neonate. Fine. We're already playing looting, I guess. So yeah, that's fine. Brooke says opponent. I mean, I guess technically LED. I'm just trying to think, is there a way that we can build this deck that's more fun than just jam combos into it, right? And for Asmo, I'm not sure there is. But if I'm going the combo route, I wouldn't play LED. Maybe discard one more card. Yeah, so Mako. I don't think we want Mako. Channeler has the same kind of issue as Inti, where we don't know what we're hitting. Memory Worm, whenever you cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand, deals 2 damage to target player. That player discards a card and draws a card. Put a counter on it. Hazel's Brewmaster is goofy. There is that, yeah. So there's that one, and then there's Dualcaster, which obviously has nothing to do with the theme, but you can do it anyway. How do you combo with Hazel's Brewmaster if you don't have Devoted Druid? Mox Diamond discards. So we can use Diamond to play it. Yeah. Jiki Jiki. Gotcha. That does sound like a good route. So Let's just finish looking at all these discard effects. I guess Gamble would technically also let us cast Asmo, so we should probably... Did I get past Gamble already? Yeah, Gamble. Restless Vents lets you discard? You may discard a card if you do draw a card. Okay, that's fine. I don't think you can do any, like, cycling shenanigans. That's gonna run out. Scrapwork Mutt. No. Oh, yeah, I didn't even think about, like, channel. If I'm ever channeling Sokenzon, I'm unhappy. I don't know if we'll have enough creatures for Copter, but that is also another cheap looting effect that doesn't cost us anything when it's already in play. Arian's Journal, no. Yeah, there's Tortex. Vault 21 basically does the same thing as the Rebound one. Reveal up to 5 non-lands from your hand. For each of those cards that has the same mana value as another card revealed this way, make a treasure. We'll just ignore that part. Okay, did I pass Highway Robbery and not look at it, or does Highway Robbery not discard? Okay, yeah, there we go. I accidentally passed that. Okay, so I think that's a sufficient amount. This is a land. Cantrip / filtering. Cantrip / filtering. I guess, what would you call Underworld Cookbook? Recursion. Fun part is putting Minion of Leshrac under Brewmaster. So Hazel's Brew. And then Agatha's Soul Cauldron. Minion of Leshrac. Oh yeah, Kiki Jiki. Minion of Leshrac. What's the Oracle on this? Pro black, during your upkeep, sack it unless... Okay, blah, blah, blah. Oh, tap, destroy target creature or land. Yeah, we don't need that, but I get what you're doing. So, enters or attacks, exile up to one target card from a graveyard and create a food. Foods you control have all activated abilities of all creature cards exiled with Hazel. So, Kiki-Jiki into the graveyard, Brewmaster, and then... You make infinite creatures? How do you win from there, though, right? Because so... Oh, no, the food has... Okay, so the food has the ability. So the food is a Kiki-Jiki. So you go tap food, copy Hazel, exile a card from the graveyard, make a food, and then you basically make as many Hazels as things you can exile from graveyards, right? So it's not technically infinite. Dual Caster Mage. Alton. Dupe. How many cards am I at? 81. You don't need to exile, it just makes a food. Oh, up to one target. Okay, so you do make infinite. Gotcha. How many creatures do we have right now? I mean, I guess we always have Asmo, right? Well, no, we don't have... If we're using Copter to get the initial loot to cast Asmo, then we don't have a creature. So we have 10 creatures. That is not enough to guarantee that we can crew Copter. It's also not enough to warrant using Tortured Existence, but we have another 19 cards to add to the deck, so maybe we'll get some more creatures in here. Let me get rid of Felder Profane. So that's enough discarding effects for Asmo. I don't think we need more than that. So the next thing is foods, and I don't know how much of that is relevant, but let's just see. Format EDH, ID, Rakdos. Says food in the Oracle. I'm very skeptical that we're going to have, 39 results. How many of these are good? Pay 1, draw, activate only if you foraged. Or if you sacked a food. There's Cauldron Familiar, which I don't want to play that, plus Oven, just to food. And you have to sack the foods anyway. What's the Confectioner combo with again? It's a green card, right? So we can't do it. ETB food, sack a food, make a rat. Whenever you sack a food, make a rat. Your target creature, food fight. Most of this stuff is going to be bad, right? So there's Brewmaster. And then there's Academy Manufacturer. And then probably the rest of this is whatever, Nuka-Cola. But I'm not paying 4 mana to make 1 food, even if I can do it multiple times. I guess you make a treasure after that. So it's not entirely as bad as it looks, but it's still pretty bad. Remember, 1 or more creatures you control die. We barely have any creatures anyway. Vanity, Oven. I think we're fine here. Scavenger's Talent should be there if it isn't already. Yeah, but I don't think we want it. Combos with Egra. What combos with Egra? Manufacturer. I just don't know if we can go all in on this food thing. So this means even if Hazel gets killed, we can Soul Cauldron the Hazel? How does this? Oh no, we can Soul Cauldron Kiki-Jiki, and then whatever creature we have in play is Kiki-Jiki. But we still need an untap effect. Confectioner combos with Egra? Okay, yeah, but Egra's green, so we can't run it. We'll have to re-examine Tortex if we don't have enough creatures at the end of the deck. So you were talking about welding. Considering that we don't actually need artifacts for any particular reason, I'm not convinced that that is helpful. Soul Clamp will also need to be reevaluated if it turns out that we don't have enough creatures. But again, we got another 20 to go. I'm not really sure what to add at this point. What would I look for in terms of things dealing damage? Whenever sacrifice 2 foods, target creature deals 6 damage to itself. Whenever, so EDH, ID, Rad Black. Whenever, or I guess if or whenever. If or whenever. And it has to say source damage, and then it's got to say at least player or opponent. That's going to be a million results, but let's see what we get. 51? Okay, that's actually not that bad. I would assume it's probably going to be an enchantment or a creature if it has that effect. Just play Duretti, Engineer, Welder. It's a good backup plan, and Duretti's a discard outlet. Also, for Asmo damage thing, just use Stuffy Doll effects. I did think about those, but like dealing 6 damage at a time seems pretty horrible. Unless you just have a way to like pump food out, but it doesn't look like we do. All right, as long as a permanent and opponent control. Okay, whenever no Marauders. If a source you control, it shouldn't say you control. Let's get rid of nothing that says you control. 14 results. If a source controlled by one of the chosen players would deal damage to the other chosen, so that doesn't work. It has to be their own source. Whenever a source an opponent controls deals damage to you, not relevant. Choose a color. Whenever a source of the chosen color deals damage to you, no. Source would deal damage to enchanted player, not relevant. Permanent or player deals double that damage to the permanent or player. So that just means if it's 6 damage somehow wasn't enough, it'll double it, but that's not what we're looking for. All damage is dealt as Wither, also no. Whenever source and opponent controls deals damage to you, if source would deal damage to an opponent, no. Whenever an opponent is dealt 3 or more, no. There's got to be a card that does this. Source would deal damage to the chosen player or permanent they control, deals double. There's got to be a way that I'm sure this effect exists, and there's got to be like a way to phrase it that I'm not phrasing it, but I'm not sure. So let's look up Rec, see how they've built these. Also, in regards to the welder plan, like my problem with that is like, what are we welding basically? Like, do I just stick a bunch of other, you know, random big artifact payoffs in here just so I can weld them? That doesn't seem particularly great. Okay. Monument to Endurance. How many discard effects do we have? 8 cantripping plus cookbook plus the 1 land that cantrip that filters, and then there's like gamble and Tortex. Possibly. We could go more in on the discarding the theme. Monument to Endurance. So yeah, manufacture, but if we don't have enough food, that's not relevant. Squee, so you have a thing you can discard and keep getting back. Yeah, that makes sense. The problem with that is the only thing that I have that I want to keep discarding every turn is cookbook, but just like making a food every turn with cookbook is fine, but nothing special. Actually, why do we need Squee? We can just use the 4-mana black creature. I guess Squee works fine with all the other stuff, right? So like Squee, Goblin to Bob, and then what the heck is that card called? It's color is black, MV is 4, and it says artifact, return, hand, graveyard. Oh, we'll chase Daredevil. So that is infinite discard with cookbook. Yeah. What else do we have? It seems like they're going pretty hard on the madness theme. I don't think we want that. I'm not doing Witch's Oven. There's Bone Miser. Bone Miser is just 5 mana is so much. You can have each end step if a creature died food. Yeah, the Brash Taunter effects, but that seems so horrible. Like, we're gonna sack 2 foods to deal 6 on this 5-drop so that we can deal 6 to 1 person. That's so bad. Oh, there's Engineer. What else do we have? Marionette Master, Apprentice. People are taking this deck in a direction that I do not think really works. I guess Street Wraith. We should definitely play Street Wraith. That's just a free way to get Asmo into play. Why didn't Street Wraith come up? Or did it come up and I just didn't notice it? I guess Cycling would have been the thing to look up, right? Format EDH, ID red, black. Cycling. I want to avoid anything that costs too much to cycle, so let's avoid anything that says 3. Okay, so yeah, there's like the lands that cycle. Do I want those? Probably. Oh, we can use Scroll of Khazad-dûm and Oliphant. Yeah, and I'll play those instead of these. Although I guess Ash Barrens is fine. Even cycling for 2 is pretty mediocre. And I want the card to do something. I can't just play it because it's cycling. Street Wraith is an exception because it cycles for free, obviously. Oliphant. Cool. Alright, that's fine. I have a basic swamp and mountain in here, right? Yeah. Maybe you'd want this to be a stacks deck, because it doesn't look like you're really ramping to anything too important. The only actually expensive cards are like Brewmaster and Kiki Jiki, and then everything else is pretty cheap, aside from Citadel. So this doesn't prevent you from discarding, it just exiles the card. Okay. That is definitely anti-synergistic if we were using, like, Oval Chase, Squee, and Tortex. So let's get rid of Necro. 100% this is not a Skull Clamp deck as well, so we got to get rid of that. So we got to figure out some card draw to put in here, because we actually need to draw cards. So let's add card draw, and then let's cut a bunch of stuff. So 29. We're not an ad. Are we an Adnod's deck? I'll look at the mana values later. Get rid of Altar, Bergie, Black Market Connection. Yeah, get rid of that. Commune, Bob, Disciple, Gix. Gaunty, Grim Horsepex, all these impulse draw things. Let's get rid of that. Avarice. Jeska's Will. We can probably get our commander out pretty early. Mindblade Render, maybe. Morbid. Mystic. Okay, get rid of the Necros. Painful Truths. Pier. Sandstone Season. Skull Clamp out. Stinging Study, obviously out. And then Yogg out. And then we added a bunch of this bullshit. Yeah, okay. All the impulse draw stuff, so we can get rid of these. Glimpse. Light Up. This. Raid. Reckless Rob. And Ren's Resolve. All right. If we are doing cookbook Oval Chase Squee things, then I guess Academy Manufacturer is fine. It's just it's 3-card combo that is like, it's not like winning you the game or anything. Although I guess since Asmo always fetches the cookbook, it's not really a 3-card combo. It's like a 2-card combo, which is more reasonable. All right, if I do have... so now I've added a number of artifacts that do make welding more appealing. So it's Academy Manufacturer, Monument, and I thought there was one other thing. So that does make welding more appealing. So let's add an Engineer. Let's add in Goblin Welder. Do I have any way of recycling my graveyard? So I'm thinking, like, what happens if I bin like a Molten Duplication, right? And then I can never dual caster. We could play Breach, but the Breach itself doesn't have any line that wins other than just you get a thing back from your graveyard. You could do LED Wheel, but then that gets interrupted by a lot of stuff, so I don't like that particular combo. But we could add Breach just as a, like, here's a way to get your thing back if you lose it. Like, they counter the thing, well, you need to get it back. If it's a creature, that's fine, because we can Tortex it back to our hand. If it's a spell, that's not fine. But maybe we have enough redundancy that we don't need Breach. Yeah, okay, let's get rid of Breach. What else are they suggesting? We had Inti, Ravager, eh. Yeah, I don't want to play that. We're not doing any of the madness stuff unless the card is like happens to be really good, but specifically madness strategy, no. Imperial Recruiter, we probably want that, right? We can grab Kiki and Dual Caster with it, not Hazel, but that's fine. So Imperial Recruiter. It's also yet another creature which adds to the pile of Vortexable cards. And some spells that I don't care about, right? Yeah. Withering Torment. It is going to be hard. Oh, we already have Feed the Swarm. Yeah, okay. We also don't need our commander in play, so we don't need, like, all the protection effects. SWAT's still fine. Like, obviously, as for other reasons. The animation, probably don't want to go that route either. All right, utility artifacts. There's the Nuka-Cola vending machine, but no. Why Clock of Omen? Because it can untap Cookbook. Yeah, Collector's Vault. I get that it makes a treasure, but I'm really not happy to pay 2 and then pay another 2 to loot. Well, let's say the treasure pays for that. So you're paying 3 to loot, right? And then it's 1 mana to loot every turn after that because of the treasure. That's more reasonable. Sure. Collector's Vault. Tunnel Grinder, no. Currency Converter, also no. Oh, we have Urza Saga, right? Yeah. Urza Saga. So right now we fetch Sol Ring. I mean, we can fetch Cookbook, but we're never fetching that because Asmo fetches that. The usual things are probably fine. We've got Sol Ring, Opal. Oh, we should have Mox Amber in this deck. What else do we have? Vatsalanti. What does this side do? Add X of any color where X is the number of permanents in your graveyard. That one's a maybe. We are really low on actual card draw, right? I guess we have a ton of cantripping, though. Maybe I don't want Faithless Looting because we go down a card, whereas... Well, we go down a card on all of these, right? How many creatures are we up to? 20? Okay, that's fine. Oh, but 2 of those are Oliphant Troll. And like Great Wraith, so that doesn't really count. And then a lot of them are also more expensive. Yeah, we can get rid of Copter, I think. In general, I would say, yeah, any of these cantripping effects where you go down a card, probably a lot worse, unless we're doing specifically, like, when you have Daredevil and Squee, then if you can just bin those for free, then that makes them a lot better, but that's 2 cards out of your 99. What else do we have? Also, I may want to take another look at this mana base, because with Oliphant and Troll in the deck, it means that we potentially want to play more tutorable effects, or tutorable lands, rather. So I'm going to go ahead and say that, especially if we can, like, Tortex them back and then pitch them again. So I'm going to say that where's the Restless Land? The Restless Vents I actually don't want, because I never want to be paying 3 to activate this. But what I do potentially want is the Surveil Land. What is it called? Raucous Theater, I think is the name of it. Yeah, Raucous Theater, because it's fetchable. Fetchable off of all of these effects. So we've got Swamp, Mountain, Badlands, Blood Crypt, Raucous Theater. Is that enough targets? We have 7 fetch lands and 2 land cycling creatures. We have 9 things that fetch 5 lands. I don't think so. I think we would want more. Let's cut Reflecting Pool. And Let's go to Mount Doom. And then we'll up the... I guess just one extra swamp and one extra mountain. Yeah, that seems fine. Whenever you discard. Bone Miser. So it's the non-creatures that you discard that is the main benefit, right? Because that's the one where you draw the card. So if you're discarding Squee and Oval Chase, it doesn't trigger that. The Monument's the only one that actually takes you back up a card. All right. What are the other cards? Carrion's Journal, that's if we can do food shenanigans with, like, the cookbook. But even then, that's not great. Elixir? Ashnod's Altar? What in the world? I mean, I guess that has to be part of a combo, right? If you discard one or more cards, create a tap 2/2, only one turn trigger. Rena. Yeah, there's Duretti. Sure. Duretti, Rap Savant. Where's our removal? Okay, Deadly, Feed, Fire Covenant, Bowmasters, Snuff Out. Instead of Surge, let's play a Braid. This Gaia Reach and these lands. Okay, this is whatever. I don't think we ever want Takanuma. No. Okay, I think that's basically the end of it. So how many cards are we up to? So we have 94. Oh yeah, I haven't taken a look at Ad Naus. What's the mana value of this deck? Using Ad Nauseam, the average mana value without Ad Naus is 1.6. That's probably fine. Look at it in mana value order. So there are cards like Street Wraith, Oliphant, Troll that are problems with Ad Naus. There's also a lot of 3s and 4s. That's probably too much. Yeah, okay, we'll get rid of Ad Naus. But then this is not enough card draw, so... Is Cold Clamp better now that we have more creatures? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's nowhere near enough. Okay. So it's these 4 card draw plus all the looting, including Collector's Vault. I guess, yeah, let's add Matzalanti in here. Matzalanti. There's another gamble, right? Reckless handling. Search for an artifact. Oh, it specifically has to be an artifact, though. It can't be anything. All right, what are we doing to fill out the rest of this? I'm fine with the ramp. In fact, we probably don't even need this much ramp. And I'm fine with the amount of removal that we have. I'm fine with these various plans. Mainly it's just the card draw, but there's not a lot of good options with what we've got going on. "20 creatures, but that's misleading because Street Wraith, Troll, and Oliphant are not really counted in that group. Or neither is Pinnacle Monk either. Or really Kiki Jiki. And Squee and Oval Chase are also probably not countable in that group, so it's more like 14 or even less. This is quite the conundrum. Possibly a little bit more removal. I did want to maybe add Lightning Bolt into the deck, but I don't know. Sonic Vamp Tutor. I don't have Imperial Seal. Imperial Seal should be in here. Okay, we got our combo stuff. That's fine. Possibly more. Commander Spellbook. Show me... Oh, great, Commander Spellbook. Show me the combos that I am missing from my deck. We've got Dualcaster, we got Hazel Kiki. What else are we missing? Dualcaster Twin. Okay, we're not playing redundant pieces. Zealous plus Kiki. Combat Celebrant plus Kiki. Yeah, we're not adding any of this. All right. Outside of the Commander Spellbook. 5 more slots to add. What are we adding? I think the main thing is I just want card draw effects here. Or more ways to transform the card disadvantage and all of these looting effects into card advantage. The Squee and Oval Chase are already in here. What about... return card name from your graveyard to your hand. 51 results. We want a way to do it for free. Upkeep, you may sack the... Okay, whenever a demon enters, whenever you cast a spell with Cascade, pay for it. Whenever an opponent is dealt damage by red instant or sorcery, pay for it, pay for it, pay 3 life. Pay for it. Rolling a d20. Tapping vampires, sacking scions. I don't know that there's any besides Squee and Oval Chase that actually do this. Completed dungeon. Opponent draws their second card. You may return Dogged Detective from your graveyard to your hand. That's decent. Pay for it, sack stuff. If you cast a multicolor spell, return it. I don't think we have that many multicolor spells. Yeah, we don't have nearly enough. If you have more cards in hand than each opponent, absolutely not happening with any consistency. Sack 2 treasures. Sack a creature. Pay, 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 pay. Historic spell, pay black. That's not terrible, but I'm not doing any of them that require me to sack things or pay mana. Or discard cards. Whenever opponent gains life, pay red. Nope. Upkeep and opponent has no cards in hand. Also not happening. End step, if you cycled 2 or more. Nope. Whenever a swamp enters under your control. I mean, that happens somewhat, but not enough. Well, Dogged Detective was a nice little find. Obviously, you can't, like, always get it back, but your opponent's drawing a second card should happen often enough. Are there any more besides Collector's Vault and Matzalantli that are discard draw on a permanent. Discard draw contains an activated ability, or I guess whenever could be another one. So this or whenever is permanent. Mana value no more than 3. 100 results. Yeah, Anji. I mean, if we're playing Matzalantli, let's play Anji, right? Combat, discard, choose creature. I don't know that you'll ever be able to consistently hit, though. And Ravager, I don't want to have to pitch my entire hand. Spend 4. You have to pitch your hand. Yeah. There's Collector's Vault. Have to pay for it. That means, well, I guess that's the same rate as Collector Vault. I think I would much rather have these than I would have, like, the Faithless Looting spells that only go off once and then you can't do them again. But not for the rate, because you're paying 3 by the time you can do anything with it. But not specifically this guy. Whenever a non-token artifact you control dies, create a random token. Okay. Oh, we didn't see this dude. Merchant of the Veil. Sure, add that. If you discard one or more artifacts, add red. So it only triggers once per turn. It's the most expensive one so far, though. It's 3 and it requires you to pay. Then there's this guy, who's basically another Anji. So let's add him. Worse than the other two because the other two have haste and this doesn't. Pyromancer, it's only done once. You have to do it. Planeswalker, but it gets but Planeswalkers are real bad because they just get attacked very easily. I think that's that. How many creatures are we up to now so that I can potentially copter back into the deck? 1, 2... That can crew copter. 1, 2, 3. No. 4, 5. 6, 7, 8. 9, 10... 11, 12, 13. That's probably still not enough. All right, the last card. I feel like this deck is fundamentally missing something, but I'm not sure what else you would really do here. Maybe because we have 3 different welders, I should have more, like, secondary game plan of welding artifacts back in. So, Portal to Phyrexia comes to mind. God Pharaoh statue comes to mind. All right. Looks decent enough. Probably jankier than the Edward Kenway deck we made earlier. I'm mainly concerned that the deck is just going to be a pile of like random cantripping stuff that is ultimately never really going to take advantage of Asmo and is always just going to default to one of these combo pieces. So let's see. All right, opening hand, we have only one land, so we have to all right, yeah. All right, we've got Squee and Dogged Detective and this stuff. All right, so we go turn draw, fetch, grab Badlands, and play Ragavan. Next turn, swing, make a treasure, land, fetch, grab, swamp, tap, play Fire Diamond. Next turn, I assume I can only hit one more time. Tap, Felwar, and then... because we don't actually need Asmo in play. Although, we do have Squee in the hand, so it's better if we get it out faster. Hang on. So rather than Artist Talent, let's go for Vault. So mode number 1, discard Squee, draw a card. Then Squee comes back to our hand. Next turn, chapter 2, discard Squee, draw. Then we can cast Asmo. Go grab the Underworld Cookbook. Our hand. It goes into our hand, right? We don't just get it. Tap, play Cookbook. We get to discard Daredevil, and then it comes back. We have a food. Then... what do I even do after this? I guess more mana, so Ornithopter Paradise. So we have like a nice little card engine going here. We get Squee back, but nothing that actually wins at the moment. But I guess we just keep going, right? So this goes off. So this goes to the graveyard. We reveal whatever. It doesn't matter. We deal some amount of damage to our opponents. Play land. So tap. Get an Artist Talent. Cookbook discards this. We get it back. Here's another food. We can kill something now. The only non-creature spells we have are these. So we have to cast one of them in order to use Artist Talent. Assume an opponent tries to do something here, so discard, Squee, draw. Is it your upkeep? Yeah, okay. So there's Imperial Seal. So how can we win here? I need 2 card combos, right? I guess I could Imperial Seal for Academy Manufactor. So go grab... ooh, that's convenient. Oh. Academy Manufacturer, that goes on the top. Next turn. So 1, 2, 3. Play Manufactor. Then we go this. This discards and comes back, and we make a food and a treasure and a clue. And then we can start parlaying these clues into more ways of actually winning. We have all 3 of the comes back from the graveyard things in our hand, so that's a bit janky. Let's try another. I assume like this would either be too slow and your opponents would win the game, or you'd eventually get there. Let's try another one. All right. Well, this is fine. So draw for turn. Mox Diamond, discard Gemstone Caverns, play land. We get to play Asmo because we discarded off of the Mox Diamond. So then we go grab the Underworld Cookbook. And we get to play it, but we don't have anything to do with it yet. So rather than doing that, it would probably be better to... Imperial Seal or Dual Caster. It's here. Take our next turn. All right, land. Tap, play Liquid Metal Torque. Tap, play Underworld Cookbook. Take our next turn. All right, so there's land number 5. So if opponents do not have interaction, we can go Dual Caster Molten Dupe. If opponents did have interaction, we'd have to wait. We'd have to, like, play Moria Scavenger and wait. And then take another turn. So we'd go, like, discard, draw. We'd have to wait until we found, like, Red Blast or something. But oh, you know what? That might be one of the things. If we put Defense Grid in the deck. So Defense Grid is is protection for our combos. That's also an artifact that we can weld and engineer for. Yeah, that seems reasonable. Spells. Oh, we can't play Spellskite because it has blue mana. Would we want Burnout and like that kind of stuff? Probably. Let's see, Burnout, Tibalt, Trickery. Because it looks like this deck is endgame, assemble some sort of a combo. So what are the cards that can definitely go? What was the recent history? We added God Pharaoh statue. Okay, yeah, we can take that out then. And well, I guess I still like having a cheese artifact that we can grab. Probably what we can do is remove some of the worst looting effects. So what are our worst looting effects? It's the ones that we have to like pay for up front. Maybe Inti, I'm not sure. It's especially bad when we exile the card, and then if we happen to exile like Kiki Jiki, for example, and we couldn't play it, that turn is just gone and we have no way of getting it back. Get rid of Inti, and then the next worst one is either Neonate / Merchant, because well, actually it would be Neonate instead of Merchant, because Merchant triggers Artist Talent, Neonate does not. Either that or because it's only one card versus like Highway Robbery and Salvaging and Looting, you see 2 cards rather than 1 card. So maybe it is just Neonate. All right, let's get rid of Neonate. We should be at 100, right? Not 101? No, we are at 101. All right, let's kill Looting. Okay, I think that does it. Yeah, I think that does it. Obviously, you need to play this a bunch. Some cards I think might be, like, you don't need. Possibly the Mono Rocks, like maybe we don't need Thought Vessel or Torque. I think Thought Vessel is worse than Torque. So might not need, like, Thought Vessel, or you might want to, like, change some of these cantrips. Like, maybe the cantrips aren't as good. Maybe you need more protection for the combo. So, like, our Burnout and Trickery, not good enough. Burnout, Trickery, and Defense Grid right now. Maybe you need more than that. I would mainly worry that the deck is too unfocused. There's also, like, yes, you have lots of, like, tutoring and cantripping, but in terms of actually accruing a bunch of cards, not actually that many. It's just, well, it's mainly just, like, Citadel and the Ring, and that's it. So those would be the main areas where I would look to see can the deck be improved. But otherwise, this seems well enough. So yeah, let's say this is a wrap for this one. Now, let me make sure there's no info on here that is a problem. Okay, there isn't. So that's down, and then we have Alex V's request. So I would, if anybody wants to help on this, I would appreciate it. So the request is, let me pull up his exact request here. Wants me to build the best green. So this is Alex V's collection. So these are all the cards he owns. And from among these cards, he wants me to build the best green deck I can get from this collection and the most reactive deck I can get from it, whichever colors. So by green deck, it doesn't have to be mono green, just a deck with green in it, like whatever the best green deck is, and the most reactive deck. And he wants the cards do not have to come exclusively from the collection, but he wants 80% of the deck to be from the collection. So that's going to be quite the ask, but I will try my best. So the first thing is I would want to see the color identity includes green, right? Will it only show me green, or will it show me anything else? It's looking like it only shows me green, right? Yeah, I want it to show me any color as long as it contains green. Let's say must have green. And then we're going to search for is commander. Right? So now technically he said he said only 80% of the deck has to be part of his collection. So technically we could pick any green commander and then just... Is this still only showing me mono green? Yeah, it's still only showing me mono green. That is such an irritation here. Okay, I guess let's turn that off. And there's no way to color sort it. Ugh. R-type. How about, what if I say any of the selected colors, but the color identity is green? Does that fix the problem? No, not at all. All right, well. Anyway, the point is, technically we could pick any green commander. Like, it doesn't have to be only from his collection, but let's pick the commander from his collection, right? So, is a commander. How many cards are we looking through? Okay, 3 pages is not too bad. So we can't like spoiler view this either. Hang on, view as images. There we go. Okay, Aragorn, Hornburg here. I'm gonna veto that right away. The best green deck, but it can be... Okay, Ashaya is a contender. Azusa... Galta... Not Galta. Wena, Ishkana, Grumgully... Lothus, Kona. Yeah, I already have some of these decks built. Legolas, Lathril. Questing Beast, Progenitus, Sam. Rocco. I mean, if it's the best one, it's going to be Selvala, right? Okay, Selvala it is, but... Can I compare a deck to a collection? So if I go to my Selvala deck, right? Selvala. And I say comparison. Yeah, it's only going to let me paste Moxfield deck URL. Will it accept a collection or will it not? Compare. Yeah, it won't. All right, if it is Selvala, we can filter this down to ID green. I'm not sure that you have the cards, Alex, in order to even build Selvala, though. There's like Arbor. See, I don't think there's a good... I'm trying to think. I don't think there's a good tool here to convert this collection into a deck, right? Because I can click on the card, but then it doesn't let me like build a deck out of it, right? If I say new deck, advanced options folder. No, yeah, see, that's going to be the issue. How many pages does this wind up being? 7 pages? Okay. Your collection is not actually that extensive then, right? So Selvala plays a lot of like weird cards, like a bunch of pump spells or random big creatures. So it really depends on what's in your collection. And that being the case, I don't think I could really build any deck out of just your collection. So maybe I should approach it from that angle. Like, I feel like I would have to build just like generic good stuff deck from the collection because I don't know, I don't know any specific things that you have. Like, just the basic mono green deck, what would I have? Let's pull up Notepad, right? So let's... All right. Let's just say cards that form a generic mono green deck before we even get to can you build Selvala out of it, right? So we've got Ancient Tomb, Arbor Elf, Arcane Signet, I guess, although you wouldn't put that in Selvala, but whatever. We got to work with what we have. Bane of Progress, Beast Within, Birds of Paradise, Boreal Druid, Bo Seiju, Who Endures, Bridge Works Battle, Burgeoning. I'm just trying to see how many cards do we get up to if I'm just saying like generic mono green deck. Carpet of Flowers. Circle of Dreams Druid. Elector Oof. Man Tower not necessary in mono. Concordant Crossroads. Crop Rotation, but that's only relevant if you also have Gaia's Cradle. So let's just asterisk that. Delighted Halfling. Destiny Spinner. Devoted Druid. Disciple of Frailes. Elvish Mystic. Emerald Medallion? Sure. Expedition map, once again, only relevant if you've got Gaia's Cradle. Fanatic of Ronus. Finale of Devastation. Findhorn Elves. Gaia's Herald. I really wish it wouldn't show me duplicates. Is there a way to filter that? Doesn't look like it. All right. Garruk. Primal Hunter. Galta? No. Greater Good. Guardian Project. Not saying that these cards are in my Galta or in my Selvala deck or that I would add them. I guess let's say Selvala up here. But if we have to work with what we have. Penrith's Transformation. Last March of the Ents. Legolas's Quick Reflexes. Llanowar Elves. I guess we can add Life Crafters to this as well. Life Crafters. Bestiary. Lightning Greaves. Llanowar Tribe, sure, why not? Lotus Petal. Nature's Claim. Sure, you can play Noxious Revival too. Why not? Nixthos? Why? Sure. Nixthos. Trying to Nyx. Get rid of. We already passed Cradle, so let's just get rid of these. Although Nixthos is sort of a Cradle, but not really. Do I have Nixthos in my Selvala deck? I do. All right, well, let's do Crop Rotation, but not Expedition map. So, Crop Rotation. Raiders, Council, Priest of Titania. Turn of the Wild Speaker. Can you even cast this a lot of the time? No. Rishkar's Expertise. There's Selvala. Shared Summons? Sure. Shared Summons. Soul Clamp. Shifting Woodland? Why not? Let's do that one too. Shifting Woodland. Soul Ring, obviously. Staff of Domination. So if 80% of the collection has to be used, then that means 80 out of 100 cards have to be from the collection, right? Ely, Resolve, Sylvan Library. Great Henge, sure, the Great Henge. The One Ring. Koski? Not really. Umbral Mantle. Beanstalk? No. Urza's Cave? Sure. Urza's Cave. Utopia Sprawl. Void Winnower? Sure. Void Winnower. Vorinclex. Voice of Hunger. There was a Monogorger Hydra earlier. Let's do that. Monogorger Hydra. Oh, Veil of Summer. Veil of Summer. Whip Silk? What? No. And then Yavimaya, Cradle of Growth. All right. How many cards is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 30, 1, 2, 40, 1, 2, 50, 1, 2, 60. Only 60. Okay, well... Oh, Winter Moon. $60 plus you'd play some number of basic forests, right? So 61. I'm playing 12 in my deck, so let's say at least 12 forests. So... $12 forests. That's 73 plus Selvala, 74. That means we're only 6 cards off from having this be 80% collection built. I think that's also fine because I think that, first of all, a lot of this stuff is just like lands that don't have to be these lands that could just be basic forests. So for example, so if you're looking at this deck, like my Selvala deck as built, right? Then what you would see is you don't like, oh, there's Okina, there's like Turn Timber Symbiosis, there's Cradle's obviously great, but assuming you're not going to shell out for that. You know, Dryad Arbor, that's for GSC to grab, but if you're not playing GSC, then you don't need it. You know, Command Beacon, Centaur Garden, like a lot of this kind of stuff you could replace. And there's also, I have the budget Selvala deck as well. Let me bring that up too. And so the main stuff you would be missing would just be like big creature, like cheap big creatures and pump spells, and then like some of the combo pieces to get Selvala to go off. But you got a lot of the other stuff that's in the deck already. And if I click on the budget version of the deck, which is much cheaper, right? So I'm pretty sure you could grab like whatever number of things you're missing from here and just finish this off. So yeah, so like this version, I just said 27 forests, right? To be budget. So Alex V, when you're watching this, I would just take a look at these decks and then you said, you know, you wanted the best green deck I could build you. Well, that's going to be Selvala from the commanders that you have that are green. Just take a look at these lists that I have. And of course, you can see the URLs up here if you want to copy those. And just go in here and see and find like, okay, what are the cards that you're missing from here? And then, and you can take this list here. So like, here's all the cards that you have in your collection that I think could be reasonable in this kind of a list. So here they are. Like all those are reasonable cards to have. And then you only have to replace / add another 20 to 26 cards. 20 to 24, 20 to 26, somewhere along there. And then you've got basically a functional Selvala deck. It's not the best Selvala deck you could build, especially with without access to like Gaia's Cradle, for example. But mostly you can build it. Even in the non-budget version, if we go by text and then no grouping and just look at price, right? The main, oh, does this not show it? Advanced, show me the price. The main expenditures that you're going to see are stuff like Cradle, Mox Diamond, Dreadnought. Dreadnought is the best cheap creature you can play in Selvala, but you don't need it. So it's like these things, and then you already own an Ancient Tomb. You've got stuff like Chromox, you know. A lot of this stuff can be replaced. And in particular, like the cheap stuff, let's go to types and tags. So like the main things you would be missing are just like the random big creatures, which if you look at here, like Dreadnought's the big one, but the other ones are all fairly cheap. Then there's like some additional card draw spells. So you already have some of them. Like you've got Return, Disciple, Rishkar's Expertise, Garruk, and you have Last March. These are also fairly cheap, like the ones that you're missing. There's the other combo cards. You already have, I believe you had Staff of Domination and Umbral Mantle. And then there's like the rest of them, right? And again, usually pretty cheap. Like Cloudstone Curio is $8, but aside from that, Ashaya is also $6.50. Aside from that, most of the stuff is pretty cheap. And then you've got like the pump spells. The pump spells are all like draft chaff, right? Like if ignore Okina and just look at the pump spells, you've basically got Vines of Vastwood, and then it's all the other ones are, you know, Scents, right? And even Vines is not necessary, strictly speaking. Then you've got like the lands, which again, the huge impact here is like Gaia's Cradle. If you just ignore that, then you have a Yavimaya already. And a lot of this stuff, as I said, is pretty not necessary. Like you can cut a lot of these things and just play more forests. So I think you could pretty easily, with the collection that you have, plus just buy a few more cards. It's not going to run you much. You could probably get it for less than $50 to finish up like a pretty good Selvala deck. So that is what I would do. Now, moving on. And then here's the budget version if you wanted to look at this. So here's... this is the whole deck in total only costs $200. What is the most expensive card in this version, by the way? The most expensive card is Green Sun. Oh, yeah, because I had this in here before Green Sun Zenith got unbanned in Modern. That's why it's 41. So, ignoring that, the most expensive cards were like Delighted Halfling and Natural Order, and then everything else is under $10. By the way, that's the problem with building budget, guys, because stuff gets unbanned and like metagames change and stuff combos. You want to see the price trend of GSC? Let's take a look at this. All right, 6-month time frame. $10, $10, $10, $10, $10. Gets unbanned. All right. The other one that you had asked for, we can get out of EDH Rec and... actually, maybe not. So then the other deck you had asked me to build, Alex, is the most reactive deck I can get. Now, reactive deck doesn't have to be blue, but it's probably blue. Like, come on. So when I think reactive deck, I tend to think of the counterspell control decks. So that would be decks like Baral and Nimrus. So let's take a look at your collection and let's only look up. So let's reset all the filters. How do I reset these filters? Reset the filters. Let's say is commander. And then we're going to ignore any commander that isn't blue. Okay, so I already have Abaddon built, but Abaddon's not really a good control commander. Okay, there is Baral. Let's keep Baral in mind. Baral is a pretty good React commander. So let's go back over here. Bellacor's Demons. What else? Urtai? ETB counter target spell activated. So in general, I tend not to like Urtai or Venser as reactive commanders in the sense of, oh, well, you always have a counter spell in your command zone, right? Yeah, but it's a 4-mana counter spell in your command zone, and you still have to... And you only get to use it once, unless you can, like, bounce it back to your hand or whatever. But I don't know, maybe Urtai... You said the best reactive deck, right? No, the most reactive deck. The most reactive, not the best one. Okay. Urtai's another one that we might go with. And I don't think I have an Urtai deck built, so we could build that from scratch. But it has to be part of your collection, which is the issue. All right, what do you mean add to deck? Add to what deck? Oh, I assume it's gonna pop a deck open. Okay. What else do we have? Lear, no. Lord Xander, no. Magnus the Red. Instance sorceries cost 1 less for each creature token you control. Nope. Parun, is Parun reactive? Or is Niv reactive? I feel like they're usually combo decks. Niv Visit Parun is a pretty big one. Down to this. Boron. Thassa. Usmom. Venser. Oh, so you do have Venser. Venser usually involves finding infinite loops where you can keep, like, bouncing and replaying or blinking Venser over and over so you can just bounce all of your opponent's stuff. I'm pretty sure I have a Venser deck. Yeah, Venser, Shaper, Savant. Okay. It's basically Venser or Urtai. Those would be Venser, Urtai, or Baral would be probably the most reactive commanders out of all the ones you have in your collection. So let's build Urtai, right? what's my Venser deck look like? I forget. I've built it a while ago. So what's the loop here? Isochron Scepter. Infinite mana, Venser bounces itself. You keep playing it. You trigger Alter the Brood over and over, mill all of your opponents. Or you have Naban to double the Venser trigger so you bounce everyone else's stuff. Okay. All right, back over here. So if I say add to deck, yeah, okay. So I need to make a new deck, basically. All right, so let's, I don't have an Urtai deck, right? There's almost no shot I have one. Yeah, I don't. Urtai. Resurrected. Okay. So we need... let's reset all the filters, and then let's only look at ID blue and black. And this is going to be a lot of cards to go through, but let's just do it. First of all, obviously basic lands are free, so... I can't add them? What? Do I have to have a card in the main before it lets me do it? Swamp. Yeah, okay, here we go. What am I doing with an Urtai deck? Counter target spell, activated ability, or triggered ability its controller draws. Destroy another target creature or planeswalker its controller draws. So it's find as many ways as possible of bouncing, blinking Urtai. You know what? I was initially going to build Urtai because I was like, oh, that's probably an interesting one. I don't even have it built as a commander myself, but thinking about it, you obviously are building from a limited collection here, and I think the exact synergistic cards that you're going to need to make Urtai work, you probably don't have. So it's probably worth it to just do Baral instead. So let's do that instead. Get rid of this. And then let's make... we're going to call this Baral Alex V. And that'll also fix the problem of especially not having dual land, like not having all the dual lands and like fetches and whatnot in multiple colors. So okay, filters, just mono blue. And you also asked for the most reactive deck, and in the specific case of things like Urtai and Venser, they're not actually as much reactive as they are like find a way to do an infinite loop with this thing so you can kill all of your opponent's stuff, right? Whereas Baral is, like, there really isn't an infinite loop. It's just your spells are cheaper. So... let's see. Do we have enough things to add? All right, so add this to Baral. Add that to the deck. Ancient Tomb, we do want that, even though we're mono blue. Oops. This is actually less convenient than just having this open in 2 different windows. Let's do that. I'm actually just gonna have this one off screen. All right, Ancient Tomb. Arcane Signet. Archaeomancer, yeah, if we're playing spells, we're gonna want that. Archmage, Emeritus. All, not Augur. Blue Sun's Twilight, gain control target creature mon value, extra less, so 2 equals 1. Not good enough. Brain Freeze for the kill. Blast Zone, because we're not going to have a lot of ways to deal with permanents in blue other than bouncing them. Cancel, I mean, why play cancel if you can just play counterspell anyway? So not that, but Cephalid Coliseum is fine. Then there is Lock Spinning? No. Cityscape Leveler is another way of, in mono blue, dealing with stuff that you would normally be able to deal with, but I don't know if that's the most efficient way of doing it, but let's just add that. Cityscape Leveler. Commander's Plate. Sure. Usually want to just protect Baral with counter spells, but... Alright, so here's actual counterspell. The benefit to Baral is you can play a bunch of counterspells like Negate and whatnot, and they just become 1 mana. So, like, actual counterspell actually becomes more of a liability. Cursed Totem, for sure, because you usually don't take advantage of anything in your mono-blue Baral deck for that to matter. Obviously not Defense Grid. Cyclonic Rift. And we can add Dig Through Time. I don't think I would play Disallow. Stroke, also pretty limited, but maybe. I forget what's in my original Baral deck. Let's just add this Disdainful Stroke. 1 mana, counter something expensive. There's Dramatic Reversal. I don't know if you own an Isochron Scepter, but that would be something to do. Duplicant as a way to permanently answer a creature in play is kind of expensive. I think I would rather bounce them and then counter them. Fabricate costs 2 mana. That seems decent. Fairy Mastermind. Belwar. Stone. Flusterstorm. I don't know if there's anything to do with Ghostly Flicker, but that might be something to do. Harbinger of the Seas to stacks people. High Tide, possible combo piece, depending on what you have. Definitely Hullbreaker Horror. Into the Floodmaw. Okay, you do have Isochron Scepter, so Isochron Scepter. Wari. I don't like these things coming in tapped, and Force Spike is pretty bad. Leer makes your opponent's stuff uncounterable as well, so not that. Lightning Greaves to protect Baral. Lorien revealed. Monolink, I think, actually is decent if it's just one mana, Monolink anything. Merchant Scroll. In like 1 mana, go find Psych Rift. Memory Deluge does not sound great, though. I don't want to pay 3 mana to get 2 cards. Meteor Golem. You have Mindbreak Trap? Really? Okay. Well, Mindbreak Trap it is. Mystic Remora. Mystic Sanctuary. If you're playing Mystic, if you have a Mystic Sanctuary, it usually means you want all the blue fetches so you can grab it. I'm assuming you don't have those, though. Narset, Tartar. Narset's Reversal. Gate. Nexus of Fate. Otawara. There's the Peregrine Drake for High Tide stuff. Phyrexian Metamorph's fine, I guess. Longify, sure. Rapid, Hybrid. Propaganda. Reliquary Tower, sure. Rewind, also good. There's Ristic Study. We got another 4 pages. We're up to 49 cards total right now. Sapphire Medallion, obviously. Dark Typhoon as a way to close the game. Sink into Stupor. I don't think you need the second Archaeomancer, so no. And you're probably not going to have enough creatures for Skull Clamp to matter. Sky Diamond? Sure. You do need a sufficient amount of Mana Rocks for Dramatic Scepter to work, so yeah. Sky Diamond. Flip out the back to protect Baral. That's actually the worst one because it phases it out. You'd much rather play, like, Dive Down or something. Full Ring. Nap. Solve the equation. You have some, like, fairly decent cards in your collection. I don't know if you want... Yeah, you definitely don't want Spell Pierce because you're going to be going long. But Spellseeker and Spellskite are fine. Staff of Domination, I guess, in here for the infinite mana combos, so you have an outlet and you can draw your whole deck. Step Through, depends on if you have wizards that are combo pieces. I don't know if you do, but let's just assume you do. I think Archaeomancer is a wizard, right? So that's at least one of the 2. Yeah, so something like Time Twist, for example, where the fairies Time Twist, where you just blink Baral out of play. Although returning it to the battlefield later, okay, I guess that protects it from sweepers, so sure. That one, Temporal Mastery? No, we don't need that. Asa, the One Ring, obviously. So you have... I guess Time Warp could be part of an Archaeomancer loop. Thought Vessel. Treasure Cruise, sure. Ugin has the unfortunate side effect of killing your own Baral, so probably not that. Unstable Obelisk. Volatile Stormdrake. We are rapidly approaching the end of the collection. War Room. Wintermoon. And Witness Protection. You're going to have no shortage of ways to kill creatures in mono blue. All right. So this is up to 70. I have not added in all the islands, though. So if we do that, where's my lands? Uh, 19. All right. So if I just do this... So we get up to 29 islands. So this is, right now, it's 89 cards. So it has satisfied the 80% of the collection. However, it is obviously missing a lot that I would want. In particular, I guess, what would I say? This is Blink Flicker. And then Monolith is a counterspell. And Stroke also a counterspell. So there's a lot of cards that I would not have included, obviously, if I didn't have to get to a certain number, a certain count via your collection. I'm not sure that, and a lot of this stuff I'm not sure even works properly. So like Archaeomancer is a wizard that's part of combos, but you don't have another one. So like Step Through, it can also fetch up Spellseeker and like some other wizards, but mainly this would be if you have a wizard specifically that are capable of comboing. And there's other stuff. I guess this is ramp. Mostly ramp. So if we go to ramp spells, obviously you just don't have anywhere near enough in your collection to make Dramatic Scepter a thing. Although I'm not sure you even need that with Brawl. There's some stacks. There's here's some counter spells. You want a lot more counter spells in Brawl. Like you want a lot of counter spells, but. I'm not going to retain this deck, so here's the deck in text form. How can I get this all on the same screen at once? No grouping? Okay. So here are the cards from the deck that I've added to your collection, so you can take a screenshot of this if you want this. And then... if we compare this to the Brawl deck that I already have built. Brawl Chief. So here are the cards that I'm playing in my Brawl deck that you do not have in your collection, right? And we'll flip over to that deck in briefly in order to like actually examine what's going on. I probably need to update that deck with the new stock up card as well. So let's go ahead and open that. The main thing that you're doing with Baral is what you have to understand with the the counterspell, the draw go counterspell control decks in EDH is that you don't actually need to counter everything. You only have to counter the things that matter. So if somebody's going to combo or they're going to put some huge threat into play, you can counter those. But like, oh, somebody plays ramp, doesn't matter. Somebody plays like a tiny threat, doesn't matter. You mainly just want Baral, and then you just hold counter spells up the whole game. And like as much as you can play at instant speed, the better. So in my Brawl deck, for example, I've not bothered with the Dramatic Scepter combo, so there isn't actually that much ramp in the deck. 30 lands, and then you can see 18 counter spells. Yeah, and a lot of it, like a lot of things in particular, like Unwind and Rewind are a lot better because they can untap your lands and allow you to keep interacting on other turns. You get to get discounts on a lot of things that can draw you a bunch of cards. So things like Secrets of the Golden City, for example, Thirst for Discovery. Then there's like, Brain Surge. Impulse, like you normally would never play Impulse in a deck, but when it's 1 mana, go find the top 4, it's a lot better. And then you've got a bunch of removal here as well, right? And in particular, blue has cards like Unable to Scream, for example, that are easily able to kill stuff. You also have like Pongify. And then in your collection, I know that if you're in mono blue, like you can't just bounce everything all the time. You do have to have ways of permanently dealing with things. In the case of your collection, like I had to add stuff like Cityscape Leveler, Unstable Obelisk, but for Baral, you can actually find a lot of things in like Resculpt, which can permanently answer an artifact even in mono blue. So you have other things like that. And then it's not going to be too many like artifacts and enchantments that you absolutely have to answer. Oh, I did have Slip Out the Back in my version. I guess it protects it from everything, including sweepers. But it's not actually that much protection because a lot of your protection just comes in the form of you just counter stuff. So if your opponent tries to kill spell Baral, you just counter it. And then I forget, what was the main way? Yeah, so the main way was just you drew your whole deck and then played Oracle. Like, it's the cleanest kill. You can also take advantage of really obnoxious stacked pieces, like obviously Harbinger of the Seas and Winter Moon you have in your collection, but there's other stuff like, because you're playing Baral, you don't actually need that much mana ramp in your artifacts, so you can play Null Rod. But mainly, hey, a draft Slater? Yes, we are almost done here, and then we will be drafting. So again, talking to Alex, if he's either here or he watches the stream later. So if you take a look at just like, okay, well, what cards do I have to buy to actually make this work? So the deck is, as you can see here, almost 1,800, but that's, again, misleading because a lot of that money gets taken up in a few just super expensive things. So when we go text, no grouping, sort by price. So you can see here at the bottom, it's like, Mox Diamond, Gilded Drake, Null Rod, and like by no means do you actually need these cards, right? You don't need these. Manamo, Manamo's nice mainly because it can untap the One Ring, but you don't need it. This can just be an island. Force of Negation is nice again, but this could just be a different counterspell. So I would say, like, mainly Rhystic Study would be the one that you definitely want, but you own a Rhystic Study. And then you can see here, like, a lot of the lands is just 17 islands. So when you get past, like, this initial page right here, here's a Lotus Petal. You don't need that. The fetch lands are in here again so that you can fetch Mystic Sanctuary, but if not necessary, you don't actually need that. So if you don't have the fetches, you just can cut them all and cut Mystic Sanctuary and just play all islands. Or you can keep Mystic Sanctuary, but just it's not as good as if you had fetches. And then so once you get past all of that, you mainly just have like Flusterstorm and Swan Song as like the more expensive counter spells, and then everything else starts to peter off after that. So let's just take this as a baseline and say the deck is 1799, right? But then we're gonna minus from the entire right column because you don't actually need any of this. I don't know why it adds the basic land price into the deck because obviously that's not real. So minus the 584 that we're getting from Mox Diamond, and then minus the 212 from Gilded Drake, minus the Null Rod, minus the Chrome Mox, minus Manamo, minus Force of Negation, minus the one. Well, you have the One Ring, but let's just say minus that. So basically, because you don't have to pay for it anyway, because you already have it. Minus Force of Will, minus Mox Amber, quite good, but again, you don't need it. Minus the Gemstone Caverns, minus Cavern, again, really good, but you don't need it technically. Minus Saga, Fierce Guardianship. I don't know why it's factoring in the basics, so take those out. You have a Psych Rift already. Take out Consecrated Sphinx, Tarn, Thoracle, Misty, Odawara, Lotus Petal, Delta. And then after that, you only have 200, right? And a lot of these cards, again, even like these cards, I understand. So if you get to this point, it's like, well, everything here is under $10, but it does still all add up. you know, you're at $5 here, $5 here, $5 here. So it does add up to the 200. But even there's lots of stuff that you can cut if you're trying to play more on the budget, right? So a lot of the counter spells can just be other counter spells that aren't as good, but they're still workable. You know, like Thunderclap Drake, I believe there's different mono blue one. I'm actually not sure if there's different mono blue ones that have the same cost reducing effect, because there's that one, Baral, and there's like a bunch of ones in Izzet. I'm not sure if there's another mono blue one that has the same effect. Submerge, that can just be a different removal spell, you know. Pongify, I don't remember if Rapid or Pongify is more expensive, so just like pick the one that's less expensive, or just play Witness Protection. I don't have that in this deck. You could play Witness instead. There's a lot of cost cutting that you can do, where like the deck doesn't have to be the most optimal, perfect version of it to still be able to work. Anyway, one last look. So again, this is what I picked out from your collection. So take a screenshot of this if you want before this is gone forever. Okay. So goodbye, Temporary Brawl. Don't know of any at 2 mana off the top of my head. Let's look that up. Instant, sorcery, cost less, mana value equals 2, ID blue. Baral, Thunderclap, yeah, it's just those two. All the other ones are in Izzet, I guess. All right. Well, we are officially done. It has been 3 hours. I think that's about as long as I thought it would take. So, hopefully that was helpful to you, Alex. And now we got more Aetherdrift drafts, but since it has been 3 hours, it's a good time to take a short break to, you know, bathroom, stretch your legs, brush your teeth, whatever. And then we will come back and do the Aetherdrift draft. So stay tuned. So the stream's on like a 5 to 10 second delay. That's fine. All right. So we did 3 drafts yesterday. In my experience, if a set has a good limited environment, it can survive. It doesn't get stale until somewhere around like 20 drafts, I think is about the average. So we've got a long way to go. And hey, if this format's really good, maybe it'll last longer than that. So go ahead and jump into another one. So it turns out you can sell Ketramos to the bots for 47 ticks. So yeah, that paid for those drafts multiple times over. It's actually the most expensive card in the set for Moto. Oh yeah, Ketramos is taking at least a modern with Storm. What do you mean? Taking at least a modern with Storm. Do you mean modern by Storm, or do you mean literally it's good in Storm? Well, let me go ahead and take away the webcam now that we're on Moto. By Storm, gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I imagine it would be incredibly good in the already existing black and white Blinky deck when you've got like Philia, Solitude, etc. And then, you know, all your removal becomes draw card attached to it. How much is Ketramos worth right now in paper? I know it was hovering like, it was ping-ponging back and forth anywhere between like $27 to $33. We're still in pre-sale right now. I'm sorry, what? $73 and it's basically sold out? Excuse me? Excuse me? How much is the borderless one worth? Fucking Christ. Okay. We're still in pre-sale. The sky is not falling yet. There will be more supply come next week. Hey, and it's got the Psychic Frog combo too, right? Yeah. The normal variant is trending at €35 on Card Market. Euro USD convert. 35. All right, so not exactly the same, but you know, close enough. Yeah, I assume it's basically just been bought out. Like all the copies that were on pre-sale have just almost entirely been bought out, and that's the reason the price is so high right now. Because yeah, when I pulled up the TCG before, it was like there were like 4 listings for it. Okay, well, we're taking Radiant Lotus. I actually don't know if this card is any good in limited, but I mean, we're taking it. What else is in here? Voyage Home, Memory Guardian, Lagarin, this dude. What's this guy? Endrider, Spike Spitter. I mean, I think I could get enough artifacts that I could use it to generate a boatload of mana. I just don't know that I have anything to do with that mana once I do that. But once again, We play these drafts to be able to keep drafting. And I know that Radiant Lotus is probably one of the mythic rares that's worth something. Actually, let's just double check that. Radiant Lotus. I would, even if it wasn't, I would take it just because how often are you going to have this card in limited anyway? I would want to see how it works. It is, we can sell it for two ticks and change. So yeah. Runover is among the top game in hand win rate cards in the set, I would imagine. So it's surprising to me that the Verges are actually not worth much on Moto. So I drafted a bunch of Verges last time, assuming that they would be worth something, and they're not even worth 1 tick. So that being said, I would assume Detention Chariot would be pretty good. So we have Brood Wagon and Detention Chariot. I know that the affinity colors are more in white and blue and not in Golgari, which means that if I'm going to stack a bunch of artifacts for this, I would want the Detention Chariot. I'm also not even sure that Brood Wagon is even better than Detention Chariot. They're pretty comparable. I think Brood Wagon's probably, like, if you can cast it, better, but it's also committing to this, like, pretty strict Golgari card early on. There's also Outpace Oblivion, which is also pretty darn good. But I'm going to take the Detention Chariot and I'm going to try to build around this Radiant Lotus. I will abandon that plan if it doesn't turn out well. Okay, there's Boom Mobile, and then there's Giant Green Vanilla Bomb. So we did have Boom Mobile in our previous drafts, and it was okay. Most of the time, this is 4 mana, kill a 1 toughness creature, and become a 6/6 vehicle for 4 that crews for 2, which is fine. Then there's this guy who's also just freaking huge, and not a lot of things kill him. I think between the two, he's probably better. I'm not sure about that, though. And he also... this is more able to play into the Radiant Lotus plan, which... it's actually... hang on. Hang on a tick. This is actually an outlet for all the mana that we generate? Ho, ho, ho. Okay. All right, we got a plan, boys. We've got a plan. Haunted Hellride, Cloudspire, Skysicle. Well, that is in our colors, I guess. So we're obviously not taking Hellride. Bauble. This is exactly the kind of thing that I would play in a Radiant Lotus deck. You know, an artifact that does something that then just sticks around. This distributes +1 counters. There's also Sarcophagus. So I think if I hadn't, like, if we didn't have that, I would just take Grimbauble. But the fact that it's off color means that I'm committing to either not playing I'm not playing either Detention Chariot or this, depending on what we pick up. Whereas if we do stick the course and stay in red and white, this is more viable, I suppose. All right, Broadcast Rambler is decent, although our curve is very high. I do like the fact that it's 2 different artifacts, so that helps with the Lotus plan. What else do we have? Gains control of a target artifact or creature you control, and target artifact or creature an opponent controls. So this is like, you know, trade away your crappy servo token or whatever for their best thing. It is in a color that we aren't in yet. So that being the case, I would rather just take Broadcast Rambler. Like, it's perfectly fine. And it also plays into the plan that we have. And so far, everything that we've taken has been an artifact. How much mana do I need to generate for this to fireball somebody to death? 23? Assuming they've taken no damage. Okay, so I think the best card here is Interface Ace. This card has very much surprised me in terms of how good it is. It's also, if we're doing this whole, like, build up to the Radiant Lotus plan, it's good for blocking early. It helps crew these vehicles. I definitely want it more than any of the red cards that are in the pack. So we will go ahead and take the Interface Ace. All right, we've got Fire Mech Cycle, tap another... Yeah, I remember this card being pretty good too, right? Tap another untapped mount or vehicle. It becomes a vehicle or it becomes an artifact creature. Put a +1 counter on it for each mount and or vehicle you control other than this one. So default, it's at least a 5/4 with haste for 5, which is fine, but then it's bigger depending on how many other ones you have. And I like it more than any of the other cards, again, that we would take in the pack, other than maybe End Rider Catalyzer as just like a 2-drop. And, you know, our curve is obviously very high, but I will still go ahead and take this. All right, we have this dude, and then so if we're on the blue, if we're on like the affinity plan, we would take Gear Seeker, but that's off color for what we have right now. This is just a 2-drop that we can play, which is fine. So we'll go ahead and take Prowcatcher Specialist. All right, we've got this guy, and then we've got the Skybox Fairy. I will just go ahead and take this. We do need, like, creatures. We do need a curve that isn't just all expensive cards. And we already have so many expensive cards besides the Skybox Fairy already. So, yeah, we'll go ahead and take Surveyor. All right, well, there's a Skybox Fairy over here anyway. It's either that or take the Buccaneer. And, like, if we wind up in blue, then the Buccaneer is probably going to be better than the Fairy. But I'll go ahead and take the Fairy. It's fine. All right, Swiftwing Assailant. It's a perfectly fine card. We'll go ahead and take that. Another Swiftwing Assailant. We'll go ahead and take that. Our curve is so freaking high. All right, what are the odds that I'm going to play one of these over the other? I think there's a chance that we could switch to blue, and if that's the case, I would rather, I don't know. This is more important for curve reasons. Trade the Helm is the better card overall. Probably not playing either one. There we go. All right, well, I mean, there's a lot here. Hey, Tyrox Wield. Huh. All right, well, I'll play it. Like, it's a... I was going to say decent blocker, but it isn't really. It's a decent thing that trades with early creatures. Or we just hit them. I don't know. We're also, like, fairly aggressive, actually, outside of this Radiant Lotus plan. Like... All right, Caradora, which is off color. We're not taking that. There's Clamorous Ironclad, and there's another Detention Chariot. There's also Raceway. Raceway has also impressed me with how good it's been. Wow. It's definitely one of these top 3. Collision Course is also fine. Like, the Raceway has actually really impressed me. I think it's the absolute best of the Start Your Engines lands, and, like, the haste really matters. This is also far less replaceable of a card. I think if I wasn't going to take this, I'm not sure whether Ironclad or Detention Chariot would be the pick. Probably Detention Chariot. It's also interesting that Caradora, like, our finisher is the Boommobile, so Caradora fetches that, but we'd have to splash green. So I would rather not risk, like, if I take this, there's a good chance I wind up just not playing it at all. All right, another Spire Mech Cycle, or there's Brightfield Mustang, Voyager Quick Welder, and there's a lot of good options here. So this thing is just huge, especially with how many vehicles we can have. This guy is also... He's fine. He also, similar to the Spire Mech Cycle, is just a thing that will keep getting bigger if unanswered. There's also a dual land in this pack. There's so much in this pack I want. Voyager Quick Welder also, like, given how many freaking artifacts we have in the deck, is pretty good. But I think this deck is leaning more towards being aggressive. God, if I take this, our curve is just so freaking high, though. Maybe I just take Spot Cycle. Something here will wheel. I'll take the next cycle. All right, another Broadcast Rambler, which would be yet another... Oh, we're taking Lightning Strike. Never mind. I was going to debate between these cards, and it's like, oh, no, never mind. This is over here. Yeah, we're taking Lightning Strike for sure. Starting Column. Helps ramp us to the Radiant Lotus. So if I want to Radiant with the Boommobile, this is not a mana ability, so you can't sack the Boommobile as part of it. So how many do you have to have in play? In order to... So you need 23 total, so that's 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 24. You need 7. So including Radiant Lotus and excluding Boommobile, you need 7 artifacts for this to kill your opponent in one shot, assuming they've taken no damage. They probably will have taken some amount of damage, so you probably need less than that. So let's say 6 is the number. Thopter Fabricator is still here. Really? I don't think we can justify taking that, though. Like, there's another interface ace. Which, how many vehicles do we have right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What is the odds that we can actually splash this? Because this card's really good. Probably bad. I think we'd probably just take the interface ace or another crash and burn, or the crash and burn for removal. I'll just take interface ace. Okay, is blue just open, or is this card actually not that good? Well, there's like crapola for us in this pack. It's this dude, which I don't really care about. There's also run over. Yeah, there's all the green cards that are being like how Hazard of the Dunes and Run Over and Plow Through are all still here. All right, I'm gonna take Mindspring Merfolk because there's not. I don't care about any of these cards. Like, I'm not gonna take Dynamite Diver. I don't care about that. I'll just take this, and then if blue winds up, oh, Cloudspire Coordinator. If blue somehow winds up being a thing, yeah, okay, this card's perfect. We've got a bunch of vehicles. We need cheap things. This helps us scry. Obviously, we're taking Cloudspire Coordinator. Not even a question. Another Detention Chariot, or we can take a cheaper card. Blue was clearly open at the end of pack 1, but it didn't feel like you were being cut on your colors either, so I have no idea how to read these signals. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, so this card is not really 6 mana, because if it's ever a problem, we can just cycle it. So I think we do just take this. This card was actually surprisingly disappointing to me. Like, I thought it would be a lot better than it wound up being. It's fine, don't get me wrong. Fearless Swashbuckler. And then 2 red cards I don't care about. I mean, this card's okay, but like... Vehicles have haste, although 2 of our vehicles already have haste anyway. And yeah, we'll take Swashbuckler. Okay, well, this is the only card for us. I mean, there's 2. I guess blue is just completely open. Nobody's drafting blue at all. Like... Alrighty then. I'll still take this though. 2 Gear Seeker. Okay, apparently we just need to be on the blue train. Like, I don't know what's happening. What would that mean? That would mean cutting white. I don't care if I lose the Chariots. I do care about losing Interface, Ace, and Cloudspire, but that's okay. Alright, we'll just take Gear Seeker. Why not? We still made... Oh, there's another Gear Seeker. Alright, well, we'll take that. Gilded Goda. Another Gear Seeker. What the All right, we have some very strong reasons to pivot to blue. I think white is the cut and not red. Oh, there's a dual land in our colors. It's a sign. No, it's not a sign. Alacrian Armory has been also incredibly good. Like, this card's great. Well, there's also another blue dual land in the pack. Okay, so right now there are 6 blue cards that I would be fine playing, and that would mean cutting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 white cards. Yeah, we'll take the Pyre, whatever. Draconautics Engineer and Gaunty. And a blue-white duel. I mean, we're taking Draconautics, like, you know. All right, Draconautics. Oh, hey, a Bastronaut. All right, I officially don't know what's happening this draft. Because, yeah, we're taking the Bastronaut. Yeah, what does this guy do? Discard 1 or more, deal that much damage to each opponent. We have 3 cyclers? All right, well, we're clearly extremely aggressive, so sure. Do we have any other payoff for Radiant Lotus besides Boommobile? Like, is there a, oh man, if we hit Radiant Lotus and we've got this thing, game over? I don't think so. All right, Bastronaut. What does this thing do? Flying Haste, whenever this creature attacks while saddled, deals 2 damage to any target. That seems like the winner. Although, holy crap, our curve's high, but whatever. $23, including a land. Okay. Makes red first, right? No. All right, we have, what do we have? Reckless Velocitor. When this creature saddles a mount or crews a vehicle, that thing gets +2/0 and trample, or I can take the dual land. But these blue cards alone are not compelling enough for me to want to splash them. Like, I don't think there's any shot we're actually going to be cutting all the white for blue at this point. How many cheapo artifacts do I have? 1, 2... Well, these would be cut. So among red, not counting the treasure, it's kind of nothing until later on in the game, which means that the Gear Seekers are not nearly as appealing. Also, Ticket Tortoise. I will take this guy. There's another one of this guy. There's also another Assailant. All right, vehicle count right now is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Holy crap. 8? They go really well with these guys, don't they? I don't know. It also feels like we're going to be more red than white. I don't know which one's better. I'll take the red one. Okay, the first pack where we don't care about anything. How much removal do we actually have? I think like nothing, right? Lightning Strike. And I guess Detention Chariot, kind of. The other alternative is if somehow there's a green card, but we've seen all the packs, right? There's not going to be a green card we want to splash. So the Rugged Highlands is irrelevant, and then none of the other cards are relevant, so we'll just take Pedal to the Metal. Burner Rocket, Pace Setter, Paragon, put a +1 counter on this creature against Double Strike, or this thing. I'm actually not sure which one. All right, we'll take this guy. Yeah, okay, of course, the Lacrian Armory didn't wheel, obviously, so... Okay, so I have like a bajillion 4-drops, so I guess I just take the Lotus Guard Disciple, or do I cheese people with Roadside Assistance? How do I cheese people with this? I put it on Hyrox, that just still dies. I put it on... there's nothing really to cheese people with, so we'll probably just take this Lotus Guard Disciple. We just need more things that don't cost 1,000,000 mana. And we are looking pretty darn aggressive. Okay, I'm not going to probably play Kickoff. There's Guy Light Matrix, which I don't think I'll play given our deck, but maybe. Side that. Probably not playing this guy either, so side this. Hey, another Swifting Assailant, sure. Aetherdrift Paragon, pretty good. Won me a lot of matches in my pre-release. It's such an annoying card, the threat of the activation. All right, how many are we over? We have a land here, so we're 5 over, so we gotta cut 5 cards. All right, group creatures separately, but this is not exactly true because the interface aces count towards the vehicles. Yeah, I wish I'd taken a Lacrian Armory now over the River Pyre Verge. But what can you do? So, this is obviously not acceptable. So the question is, which one of these is the better one? Or do we want to play a split? Because giving trample to these mech cycles seems really good. Or Boommobile, like this crashes in as a 8/6 trampler, or no, an 8/6 trampler. Ironclad also gets bigger. We gotta cut at least one. At least one has to go. And then I think all of our 2 and lower drops are all good. What about Surveyor? Start your engines, trample. I mean, this is fine. Like, we need things that are on curve. Okay, so for how expensive this stuff is, I guess I'll get rid of Fairy. Like, we just need to cut some things that are more expensive. Objectively speaking, Radiant Lotus is probably incorrect to have in the deck. It doesn't actually do anything other than the Magical Christmas Land scenario of you Boommobile your opponent to death, but, like, I mean, that's awesome. So, I want to do it. We actually don't have a lot of cheaper vehicles, right? We got these 4. And mounts. And then our mounts are nothing. We have no mounts. Oh, we have Gilded Goda. That's a mount. And then that's it. Oh, this is a mount, but it's 6 mana. So 26 when you get rid of this land. So 3 cuts. Man, I do not know. Cut a chariot, I think. I don't know. Am I overestimating how good this thing is? It's really, really good with Velocitor. Our worst 2-drops is either Crowcatcher or Tyrox. Although I think I like both of those over Surveyor, but I'm not even sure about that. I don't think we can afford to cut any 3s because we do need a curve. How good is Cloudspire? Distribute 2+1 counters on among 1 or 2 other target vehicles and or creatures. I haven't seen it played yet, so I'm not sure. Okay, so we would need, let's just assume 6 artifacts. So we need Boommobile, Radiant Lotus, and then 5 other artifacts. And in total, in our entire deck, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's it. So we would need, not accounting the treasure token that Goda can maybe make sometimes. So we would need to draw 5 out of our 8 artifacts and have them all in play, and a whole bunch of those cost 4 and up. So yeah, okay, this is not happening. It's never happening. So let's just actually cut it. If there was like an offside chance that, okay, it's not going to happen often and objectively it's better to not have it, but it could happen, I would keep it, but it's just never going to happen. It's just going to be a dead card in our hand every single game. And that leaves one more. I'm actually not sure Detention Chariot is actually the cut. Like, yes, it is 6 mana, but it's also, again, you just cycle it if you don't need it. Broadcast Rambler? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, we gotta cut something, and it has to be something that's more expensive. So I think we cut this. And then that leaves 1 cut. The cards I'm iffy on are Skysicle, Crowcatcher, Tyrox. I'm especially wary of Tyrox because I didn't actually draft like any removal. I've got the Lightning Strike and that's it. And like Boommobile is kind of removal, but not really. So although like Lotus Guard into Tyrox onto Lotus Guard is pretty nice. I don't care that much about the haste on this. Although the fact that you can exhaust it means that it's more relevant later in the game, whereas Tyrax isn't, even though it only becomes a 4/3, but that still means it's harder to block. I think we're cutting Prowcatcher. All right, and then we're heavily skewed towards red, right? So sort by color. We have 7 white and 14 red, but that's skewed also by the multicolor cards. So we have 9 to 16. So is it better to go 8-8 or 7-9? In a 40 card deck, if you have 8 of a color source and you draw your opening 7 cards, the likelihood that you see at least one of them is 80%. So 1 out of 5 games you won't see it. If you cut that down to 7, then that means it's not too big of a percentage difference. It's about 4% different. $85 versus 81, or 82 versus 86. So it's 4% difference in whether you see it or not. I think that means we still keep the split. So add basics, and it's telling me we want more mountains, but I think that is actually incorrect. Oh, and the river pyre counts as one. So 8-7. That might be wrong. It's possible that we're supposed to be a 9-7 split in favor of red. But in terms of mana values, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and there's 3 white. Also, it's more relevant that we have the attackers down early than we have interface ace down early. Maybe we do. Yeah, okay. I'll do that. We'll do 9-7. Although you could count Detention Chariot Cycle as part of that too, but 9-7's okay. Save. All right, the only thing that's really worrying me is we only have Lightning Strike, and then we literally have no other removal in our deck. So I guess like Dracosaur and Boommobile can kind of remove things, but not really. So yeah, we gotta hope that our aggro plan is good enough. Let's do it. All right, we're on the plate. Yeah, 5 lands is not great, but, you know, we'll keep it. Also a mountain. Ooh. All right, we should play Goda first so we can saddle it. Like, realistically, it's probably way better to get the treasure than it is to maybe get 2 extra damage in. All right, well, it died. Pyrox. Proceed. One toughness? Aw, 3 toughness. Kinda don't want to play Boommobile here, but I guess we're gonna almost certainly play it. All right, Raceway, get attack, swing. Block me? Block me? Oh, not blocking. Not blocking. If I wait a turn, then Boommobile can do X's too, but it's probably better to just... It's a big creature. It's better to just play it now. What does this thing do? 6, your stuff gets trample, and this gets 2+1 counters. Trigger. Add red. Target you. Over to you, sir. Now we can go Surveyor, Crew, Attack. 3 different colors. Alright, they attack. Uh-huh. We're at 2 speed at the moment. Play my Surveyor. Through this. Go to combat. Obviously, they have some kind of removal. I'm assuming it's Crash and Burn. Yeah, Crash and Burn on here. Sure. Swing. End Rider Catalyzer. Okay. And they're still swinging in, even at this point. All right. Well, I guess they get speed. Sure. Oh, man, we've just drawn crap. All right. Attack with both. Tradesies? Nope. Silken Strength. Untap a thing. That's mean. Uh-huh. So now they can block here, they take no damage, and I'm not at max speed anymore. Yep. And they get to just eat a guy for free. Alright, well, I had really hoped I would have drawn something by this point, but we didn't. Yoda. So this thing's a 4/5 with reach, and that's it? Velo Heart, sure. Ooh, Detention Chariot. Okay. So we're eating this guy? Yeah. I mean, they still have damage in play, but we should get this off the board. Eat you. And I assume that's better than just cycling for a random card. What's the crew on this? 3? Aetherdrift. Ah! The perfect counter. Well, we're just dead anyway if we don't find some kind of answer to what they have on the board. And we drew another land. Cool. All right. Am I changing anything? The only thing to really change would be like if Prowcatcher, Skybox Fairy, or Guidelight Matrix are like relevant for some reason. And I don't think they are. Or I guess these like flying over here with the assailant. I don't think I really saw anything that changes what I do. So let's just run it back. All right, on the play. Oof. So we have to draw, we don't just have to draw a land, we have to draw multiple lands. Yeah, look small. All right, keep this and toss the ace because we can't even use it. Astronaut. Proceed, sir. Combat. Swing. Okay. And play Tyrox. Love running Verges just for the color bluff. I do as well, but I'm actually starting to think maybe I just shouldn't because it's actually annoying to have to tell it to manually, like, pick the color, but whatever. Anyway, we're going to kill this. Play this. Combat. Swing. I mean, I guess it's not a big deal. You can just hold W to make it auto-tap. Another dude. All right, this has Menace, so... I mean, I guess we just keep swinging. Obviously, they block, and then we activate this guy. All right, well, even though we have max speed in Bastronaut, we are still, like, a significant problem that we can't cast anything in our hand. Boom, Scholar, okay. Combat, swing. And we'll play this dude, and pass. Lagak, all right. Swinging, no blocks. Jesus. All right. So, I mean, if we just spend our turn activating this and then it just gets killed by removal or something, then that is, I guess, a problem. But on the other hand, what? I'm just going to activate Brastronaut instead. Let's just go to combat. So they block here, and then I'm forced to use the ability to kill their Death Toucher. And then if they just have a removal spell, then instead of getting more damage in, I wasted time. I wasted resources doing this. Yep. Sure. Oh, so now they can double block Bastronaut. Gotcha. Uh-huh. And it's big enough that I can't kill both. Oh, no, they're going to do it here? Okay. Well, let's activate the ability. Alacrian Jaguar. All right, I can no longer attack unimpeded. Hey, finally white mana. Okay, so if I attack, I can double pump this, and it becomes a 3-1. Kill this immediately, hit this, and then we trade in totality, but I'm spending my whole turn to trade for their board. That seems bad. I could play Skysicle to put a counter here, but I would rather put it on two things, I guess. Oh, it's distribute? Okay, I can just put all on here and then pass. I could also play this and then scry and try to get another land, but let's just do this first. Put him here. And then we're just not going to attack. We'll wait till next turn when this can just start getting in for, like, you know, some real good beats. They clearly don't have removal, or I think they would have just played it by now, right? Thunderhead Gunner, okay. Oh, aw, reach. Sure. Really? I would have attacked with Jaguar. Like, who cares if I trade with it? All right, so attack, double pump. If they put, let's say they put everything in front of it, right? immediately kill Jaguar plus Lagak. And then... Or what if they just double block? What if they just go Lagak plus Gunner, right? So they put Lagak Gunner in front. I go pump pump. This becomes 5 power. I can kill one of the two, but not both of them, and then it dies in the second second damage step. So it's not worth it. So alternatively, I just play Mech Cycle and send this, and then they have to trade with Lagak, I guess. Activate this, tap this down. Combat. Swing here. So even if they just trade with Lagak, it at least gets Lagak off the board. Yeah. And then I've got another one coming up anyway. Ugh. Oh, it has haste too? Alright. Well, Draconautics, so... They can start saddling this, so anything that's... I guess I can put a counter on this, right? So let's say I go... Draconautics, Coordinator, activate. Draconautics becomes a 3/3. This gets haste, but who cares? I can attack. They double block. I pump it. I kill off. I have to pump it twice in order to kill both of them. Yeah, any which way you look at it, it's not going well. I guess I can just play another Mech Cycle and hit them again, and they probably have to block it. If I play... This gets a counter, right? Yeah. So it becomes a 6/5. Swing. I don't want to double trade. Yeah, so we're just going to go Mech Cycle. This. Swing here. Wait, what? Yeah, okay, double block. Yeah. So then kill Thunderhead, obviously. Or this can target anything. Hang on. 6. So this represents 12 potential damage depending on what they do, but I still survive even in that case. Okay, yeah, we're going to kill the Thunderhead guy. Surveyor. Wow, really? Immediately double saddles. Well, if they double saddle, can I kill them? I guess so. This deals 12 total. No, yeah. So if they double saddle, they're dead, right? So they can't double saddle. They need 2 blockers for this, so I go Draconautics. I can make a 4/4. That really sucks, right? So let's say I go Draconautics, nothing. Then they go, on their turn, they go like saddle the dragon, attack, shoot Draconautics. I go in response, make a 4/4 dragon. Then my dragon trades with their dragon. Alternatively, I go... Draconautics, give haste and put a counter on itself. Attack with it and Bastronaut. Then they can block everything. This is actually just a free block on Engineer. I do not have a lot of good options here, eh? Swing with Bastronaut. They do have to block it. So they dual block it with Jaguar plus one of these two toughness creatures at least, right? If they only do that, then I just kill Jaguar, and then the other creature doesn't kill it. So they have to triple block in order to kill Bastronaut. Because I go pump, 5, shoot, kill, and then I kill the rest of their team. Yeah, so they're just not doing well. So let's just attack with Bastronaut. Because they must block, so they either lose all 3 of their creatures or they lose 2 of them, and then we lose. Either all 3 die and our guy dies, or 2 of them die and we keep Bastronaut. So it's bad for them regardless of how they choose to block. Block there, block there. All right. Yeah, we'll just kill both of them. Activate. Actually, cancel. Hang on. I can kill this, and then this doesn't kill my guy, right? I just killed this in the first strike damage, and then this dies in double strike, and this doesn't die. So I don't have to activate this at all. Yeah, okay. So damage, then regular damage. This dies. All right, and now... it is probably better to just play Draconautics. This protects me from just getting killed by a top deck of some kind. Even though they can just go saddle here, shoot, then I can either put a counter on it to save it or make the dragon. Either one. Yeah, okay, they've conceded. That was quite the narrow sliver of a passageway to get through. All right, I've learned more of their deck, but I still don't think it really changes anything that I'm doing. Obviously, we're on the draw now, so it's worse for us. I guess Skybox Fairy is relevant for blocking their 4/4 dragon, but I don't know how relevant that is either. Tyrox so far has felt pretty bad. It feels like it just rams into something and dies, but, you know. I do think I'm going to remove this and just add another Plains back into the deck. Because not having white mana is being a problem when I need it. Yeah, I think that's fine. I don't know, maybe Guidelight Matrix. There was a lot of times there where I just had vehicles that wanted to crew but couldn't. I guess it's fine. We'll run it back. I don't understand why they blocked the way they did. I would have forced the trade with the Bastronaut. All right, this is fine. We'll keep this. Got Ace into Surveyor into Swiftwing Assailant. Or Velociter, but probably Swiftwing. I think their creatures are big enough that the interface ace doesn't actually matter for blocking in a lot of cases, but we're still not going to cut it for that reason. Yeah, okay, it can block that. Possibly. Unless they do the flash aura thing. But what can you do? Your opponent has tricks or removal, they've got it. Yep. Make them have it. Block. Yep, they did have the aura. All right. Well, at least they're playing that instead of advancing their board with other creatures. And you got this thing. All right, start my engines. Yep, swing, no blocks, obviously. Does 3 damage to a creature? Yeah. Alright, it's gonna do it now? No, playing another thing. Whenever a player casts a spell, if it's not their turn, deal 4. Whenever you activate an exhaust ability, put a +1 counter on this creature. Alright, I can play Boom Mobile and then kill nothing. Or I can just play Swiftwing Assailant. But then that's not blocking that well. I guess let's attack them and see what they do. So the problem is if I attack and then I don't play, like I'm on defense right now, right? So let's say I attack and then they go, okay, I don't block. And then I play one creature. Then then the only creatures I have are 3 toughness, right? Then they go, okay, shoot it, attack you for 7. We go to 9. And that's so bad. Or I could just play Boom Mobile and then not attack, and then if they try to shoot this, I'll just crew Boom Mobile. I'm probably going to crew Boom Mobile regardless. To just block this stuff. That actually sounds better. I can still actually get the speed up by shooting them. Yeah, okay. So resolve this, choose red, shoot you. Then our speed goes up, and then we just won't attack. If they have removal for Boom Mobile, then I guess we're just fucked. Yeah, target here, through this. All right, and now your attacks suck. Does this put the counters on the vehicle as well? It does. All right, we're not doing that, obviously. So I could go Velociter, Crew, Attack, and then this is an 8 Trampler. I like that better. than just staying on defense. Fruit. This, resolve this. Swing. Because they have to double block to trade with it, or they just take a bajillion damage and we get our speed up, and then we've got our haste land over here as well. Alright, attacking with both. We go to 9. What's the best move here? They probably have Crash and Burn, considering they just played a 4th land and then passed without doing anything. Which means I don't want to expose Boommobile to that on this turn. I think I'm better off... attacking and then playing Swiftwing Assailant, and then I can still crew this, and they either Crash and Burn here, or they don't play it, and they have to wait till their turn to hit Boommobile. I guess I can also just shoot Boommobile with it. I'm really worried that I'm going to die if I don't have a blocker. Right. I guess I could also just play Swiftwing through this. If they kill it, we still just hit them for 3, put them to 9. We have max speed. And then we've got Swiftwing, Reckless in play. And then next turn we can go Skycicle, and they go to 1, or we can play Mech Cycle, Crew, Attack. That's 7-10. Okay, let's do that. Or I can just play this, Crew Boommobile, or not Crew Boom, Crew exhaust this, and then I still have Boommobile for next turn. Go to combat. So I only die if they have like burn or a haste creature or something. Yeah, okay, there's Crash and Burn. But I had a Prow Catcher or a Pump Spell or something. Oh, come on. They actually have it? 4 mana. What is this? Oh, Pedal to the Metal. Sure. Lame, but okay. How would I have avoided losing there? So instead of attacking, you go play this, Crew with Boommobile, swing, but then they just kill this guy. So I would have had to just not attack at all. I would have had to go play Swiftwing Assailant, pass. Then they kill one guy, attack. Right, so like I play Swiftwing, don't attack. They go Crash and Burn one of your 2 creatures. Then they attack me. Then I block one of their. Then I block the 3 power guy. Then they first strike it, killing my other guy. So then they retain both of these. We would be at 5, right? Yeah, we'd be at 5. And then I would untap with just Boommobile in play and them at 12. So, yeah, we were going to lose that regardless. All right, on the draw, this looks fine. Probably just cycling Detention, Chariot. Maybe. We'd have to draw a lot of lands in a row. I imagine we're still probably just going to cycle it. Yeah, all right, go ahead and cycle this. Astronaut on turn 2, eh? We're probably better off just playing Ace at this point. They're representing removal or something. So, just play Ace. It's also better if I draw another mountain that I can Draconautics immediately. Alright, they did nothing. If this was, I'm assuming they have Lightning Strike, and so they can't kill Ace. But who knows? Maybe they just don't have anything. Also, good thing I cycled this, eh? Because we still haven't hit the 4th land. Are they just bricked on lands? Stall out. Cycling. Okay, yeah. We're definitely cycling Detention, Chariot, so... let's do that immediately. Okay, sure. Man, I don't want to expose Draconautics to a removal spell. We kind of just have to, though. It's that or Bastronaut. Either way, we're exposing a thing to a removal spell. Like, I guess the only question is, like, do I value Engineer over Bastronaut, basically? I'm not actually sure. Guarding Column, okay. Well, I guess they just don't have anything. All right, is it better to play Assailant here or just make a dragon? I guess just make a dragon, right? Combat. Like, it's the same mana regardless. Swing. All right, speed go up. Ticket Tortoise, okay. All right, end of turn, make the dragon. Bounce off to bounce this to my hand. That makes absolutely no sense. Why wouldn't you bounce the dinosaur token? Uh-huh. Okay. Nothing before combat? Yeah. Combat. So they just bounce the engineer so that I can make another dragon again later? All right. Our speed's almost maxed out. Let's play Assailant. Get more stuff in the air. Aetherdrifter, which they can crew with the tortoise. Okay. If I hit a second red source, I can Boommobile them, get speed up. All right, we didn't. So I guess I'm Lotus guarding the Swiftwing Assailant in that case. So that none of my creatures die when they Aetherdrifter it. Target this. Combat. The wing. Alright, no blocks. They're take 7, go to 7. This goes up to max, and then we get to play Bastronaut. I mean, they seem like they're in a really bad position. Broadside Barrage on the dragon. Okay. Gear Seeker. Alright, that still doesn't block flyers, so... if I play Draconautics, I can't give... Oh, I can give it haste with Amonkhet Raceway. So... let's say I go Draconautics, haste, attack with everything. They can't block either of these, so they're at minimum going to 5. And then whether Draconautics or this hits them, they're dead. The only way this fails is if they have a 1 mana spell off this treasure token. Haste this. Oh, no, that's not true, because they can crew Aetherdrifter and block here, right? If they did that, it would be block, block, take 4, go to 3. Yeah, okay, no, I got it wrong. But they didn't crew it anyway, so... yeah, this has Menace, so they needed to crew this. Let's see, how bad would I fuck this up if they did crew? They would have gone crew, Gear Seeker, blocks, Draconautics, this blocks here. They would have taken 4 and gone to 3. You can't do that. This has menace. All right, lethal. Sideboarding. So there, is it affinity-ish stuff? Yeah, once again, I don't see a strong reason for changing anything. Oh, I never actually switched my lands back. Sometimes you make a mistake and it costs you, and sometimes you make a mistake and then your opponent makes a mistake and it doesn't cost you. Probably still just cycling this. Okay, now I'm far less likely to want to cycle it because we have 4 lands, so the odds that we'll get to 6 lands by the time we can cast this are much better. All right. Not exposing Draconautics to removal, so we'll just play Interface Ace. It also means that if I don't get curve into this, that I will have more opportunities to just cycle it later if I have to. Okay. There's not going to be a good time to play this and like have all the mana open to immediately activate it, so I probably will just have to play it normally at a certain point, but for right now, we can just play our creatures normally. These guys do suck when you don't have a vehicle, don't they? By the way, how is this not a mount? I guess we're playing semantics in that case. Ticket Tortoise, uh-huh. I can activate this, and then if they have a removal spell in response, and, you know, it is what it is. I'm fine spending my turn just killing this Ticket Tortoise or suffering the wrath of a lightning strike if they have one. Swing. All right, activate. Do you have the lightning strike? Apparently not. All right. Or play start your engines, max speed equals impulse draw on upkeep. All right. Well, we're going to deal with that eventually. So for right now, let's play Skysicle. You actually have Spell Pierce? Wow. Okay. All right, over to them. Six mana. Gear Seeker for full price. Yeah, well, almost full price. You know what I mean. All right, cast this. Eat your Gear Seeker. And then we don't have any attacks, so go ahead. Aether Jacket. All right, so that'll eventually kill this. Well, I can just strike it before it does. All right, I have to have Lightning Strike mana up, so this is 4 for the Swift Wing and then Strike. Okay, so... And we want Start Your Engines online, so let's go. We have 1 card in our hand. Brew. Actually, what am I doing? I shouldn't crew with that. I should crew with this. All right, combat. Wing with this dude. Obviously no blocks. All right. Speed up. Now let's... Is this sorcery speed activation only? Okay, let's stop them on their upkeep. Yeah. Alright, lightning strike that. Excuse me? You have a response to this? No, they're trying to activate it and they can't. Yeah, okay. Thank goodness we drew the 1 removal spell in our deck, eh? This is attacking? Before damage, shoot this, sure. Okay, I'll just block you with Interface Ace, that's fine. Block here. Free mana. Rover Blades. Okay. Do I have lethal? Oh, that's a pretty good draw, too. 6, 9, 11, 12. Yeah, I have lethal. Give me a dragon. Oh, bamf. Man, Draconautics Engineer's sick. All right, 1-1, moving on to match 3. Match 3 on the play. This is... Ooh, okay, we don't have white mana, but we actually have a pretty good start with Bastronaut into Lightning Strike. So I will actually keep this. All right, Bastronaut. I keep forgetting to change my deck in between the rounds. I wish there was a, instead of just saving a deck as... Okay, well, it worked out anyway. Instead of just saving a deck as as like, okay, these are the changes I'm making for the sideboard. I wish there was another button that said save this configuration permanently. There was the potential to not do that and hold up Lightning Strike for if they play a blocker, but I think that's okay. Even if they play a blocker, we still have Menace anyway. Stall out to keep our guy tapped. All right, yep, so that worked out. All right, play Surveyor. It's stunned for 3 turns. Transit Mage, fetching. Aetherdrifter, sure. I'll offer the trade here because I just want to play Swiftwing. That changes things a little bit. Yeah, that does it. I don't know. We get more damage in the air like this. Yeah, that's fine. Let's just attack. We're gonna have to trade this off next turn anyway, even if they don't block it here. So. All right. Beat up. Play this. Play this. They're either mono blue or they're getting very unlucky. Guidelight Optimizer, 2-1, okay. Alright, Lotus Guard. Target this. Swing. All right, max speed online. So this is vigilance and more toughness, and this is now double striking. Oh, they're just going to play Aetherdrifter? Yeah, that's really bad for them if they're not putting anything as a blocker into play. Yep. They are mono blue, so they could have bounce off, so I can't like necessarily go all in on stuff, but if I don't draw anything else, just double pumping Bastronaut seems pretty good. They didn't draw a land out of all that? Wow. So double pump, that's 6, 9, 11 damage. They go to 3, and then Lightning Strike kills them next turn. Yeah, we're doing that. All right, they've just conceded to that. Mono blue, stuff. Possibly haste, but I'm not confident enough to switch that in yet. I think once again, we don't make any changes. I mean, we haven't seen that much from them, right? They've played very few cards. We saw 3 cards. We saw Optimizer, Transit Mage, Hull Drifter, and that was it. Game 2 on the draw. This hand is actually freaking great. Once again, the turn 1 speed land. Yeah, I think they're mono blue. Midnight Mangler, which is a creature on my turn, but it doesn't matter because I still have Menace anyway. All right, so let's just play Draconautics. Wing. And 2 speed. Oh, they're not mono blue. Okay. Did they just get color screwed last game? Why would you ever lead with the speed land? Killing Engineer, killing Bastronaut. What are we doing? End Rider Catalyzer. Okay. So Engineer can no longer attack. Wait, they're gonna attack? You're gonna attack. In this position of me having all this, like, speeding up Bastronaut, you're attacking. Okay. Don't mind if I do. Cloud Spire. All right, Scry. We're definitely keeping both of this, so put this on top, put this on top. And then exhaust here. Combat. Opponent incredulous that we could have possibly lost a game with this deck. You can lose a game with any deck, no matter how good. Blood Engine on this thing. Ooh, not on Draconautics? Okay. Okay, so if we swing with both Draconautics and Bastronaut, they can only block one of the two of them. And we trade. This trades here, and this trades with either one, right? So the only question is, do I want to do that, or I just want to not do that and just make a dragon? I think I just want to not do that and make a dragon. Because then we can get double striking on next turn. Yeah, let's just not do that. Let's just hold it back and wait to exhaust into a dragon. This strips the abilities away, right? Yeah. I'm very surprised you would prioritize getting rid of this over getting rid of Engineer. Raid the Helm, switcheroo. All right, well, let's exhaust. So wait, if I've exhausted it and then it's under their control, can they exhaust it? I think it only cares about which player, but I'm not actually sure. So I have this now. All right, what are we doing? It's tied to the game object? Okay, so they cannot exhaust it anymore. I think the move is Swiftwing Assailant, Crew, Midnight Mangler, Swing with that and the Dinosaur. And then cycle Ironclad to try to hit another land. Through here. They're just not blocking at all? Huh. Well, I wish there was some indication of whether you could exhaust it or not. Like if that actually said it in the game. All right, got there. So 2-1. We only lost to our opponent being able to pump one of their creatures and deal 12 damage in one hit, right? Or however much it was. I think it was actually 11. Whatever. The specifics are not important. Yeah, I'm up for another one. I just need... Let's just take a short break again to, like, stretch your legs and whatnot, because it's not good to be sitting for so long, and then we will come back with the next league. All right, back for the last draft of the day, probably. I'm not sure. We've been streaming for almost 5 hours, so... I mean, if this goes lightning fast, then maybe not, but probably the last one. So, draft number 5. Let's go. So far, this set has been pretty fun. Now, I don't know if it'll maintain that momentum for the entire time that we do this, but so far, I haven't found anything to be like, well, you know, even a lot of the fun draft formats that I play, there will be like, you know, one card that's like, oh, it's that card's bullshit. Why'd they have to put that card at uncommon or whatever? So far, I haven't found anything like that. So for our rare drafting purposes, Petramos is obviously like the big ticket item, but as far as like what is worth rare drafting, right? I guess it depends on how many ticks do you think it's worth it to rare draft over picking something else, right? But I would say in general, like if it's at least a tick. So you get mostly the mythic rares, but Draconautics is at 2. And then there's also Monument and Wastewood Verge. I don't know why the Golgari lands in particular are always more. Mako is also, strangely enough, a ticket. And then after that, everything else falls off pretty hard, right? Petramos, Aetherspark, Bright Glass, Oil Deep, Draconautics, Radiant, Loot, Chandra, Monument, Wastewood, Mako. All right. Afterburner. That seems like a good starting point. There's also Runover in the same pack. Sky Crash, Flood the Engine. Yeah, but we're going to take Afterburner. You don't actually need that much to make these good, right? You can just have, you know, it's a 3 mana 4/2, which is fine. And then you just need anything else in your deck, like a few other cards with exhaust abilities, and that's it. Seems good to me. Everything else in the pack's kind of like whatever, except Runover, right? Marshall's Path. Okay, no, this is just a special art. It's not an actual rare. Miragonda Raceway for the start your engines. Well, we're not taking that. It's probably going to be Tarion, right? I don't think this is even particularly good. What does this guy do for limited? Go find a land, and then Wooburg, it becomes an artifact creature with 2+1 counters on it. Yeah, that's not good either. Like, not really. Tarion, on the other hand, just stomps people. And it's also the best green card in the pack, so yep. Push the Limit is like... The idea of this card is fun, but man, you need like a lot of vehicles, especially ones with cycling, and it's still at that point, even at that point, it's 7 mana. So I could definitely see this like, oh man, you like building the Push the Limit deck, but I think you need so much to come together for it. I would not take it over Tarion at this point. Furryfoot is really good. He's fine. I'm not taking him over Tarion. All right, what do we got? So, Scurryfoot is the best green card in the pack, or if I don't take Scurryfoot, I'm taking, what is back on track? Return target creature or vehicle from the grave to the battlefield and create a pilot. So, reanimate something, make a pilot. That seems decent. Nesting Bot, Pride of the Road, combat, target creature, max speed, combat, target creature, vehicle wins double strike. I'm not sure how good Back on Track is. I feel like overall from a power level perspective, I would take other cards in this pack over Stamping Scurryfoot, but since I'm already in green, I don't feel enough of a reason to not just take Scurryfoot. All right, this is a pretty, ooh. I was gonna say the dragon, but hold the phone. We got our vanilla tutor for our vanilla creature. There's also Ooze Patrol, which I have found to be pretty good as well. And Beast Rider Vanguard and Veloheart Bike, and the dragon, which is also quite good. I think the dragon is better than any of the other cards, but again, we have 3 green cards already. There's no guarantee that we wind up in red, although seeing the dragon this far in is maybe a signal. Search your library or graveyard. So even if you have both of them, right? You can just get it back from the graveyard after it gets killed, if it gets killed. All right, let's take the vanilla guy. I don't know whether that or Ooze Patrol is better. Surveyor. There's also Plow Through. Target creature you control fights target creature and opponent controls. Or just take the 3/3. I don't actually know which one of these is better. I've liked the Loxodon when it's been played against me. Haven't really seen this show up yet. Let's take the Loxodon. So, okay, the Scurryfoot is also an exhaust. Ooh, there's a Verge, but that's actually not worth anything. So, Broken Wings is the only green card in the pack, and I don't particularly feel the need to take anything else. Broken Wings is not really very good, though. But sure, I'll just cut all the green off. Why not? Another Broken Rings, which I definitely do not feel inclined to take. There is Rover Blades, Camera Launcher. I'm not going to take this just because it has Exhaust. Wait, we still have not really gotten to see Rover Blades do anything, so maybe this... This deck looks like it wants to be more aggressive, so the Defender Turtle is not as good as it would normally be. Alright, I'll take Rover Blades. Dredger's Insight. Whenever one or more artifacts or creatures leave, you gain 1 life. When this enchantment enters, mill 4, you may put an artifact or creature or land from among the milled cards into your hand. That works pretty well with Fang Druid, Tarian, and Afterburner. The only other pick would be Pothole Mole. It also works well with them. But we are missing 2 drops right now. Molt Tender, you say. Or these things. I think it's Veloheart because the stats actually matter, and the ability to go from 3 to immediately paying Tarian on turn 4 seems to be pretty good. And yes, I have some mill-related stuff right now, but like not enough that I think I don't really want Molt Tender at this point. All right, well, this is still here. Push the Limit is still here. All right, well, I'll take Push the Limit. How many actual vehicles do I have? 2. And we've got a little bit of a mill thing going. Sideboard that, maybe we wind up playing it. Sky Crash if we wind up being in red. All right, Beast Rider Vanguard, good. Interface Ace or Keen Buccaneer? Oh, please get off the screen island. Oops. All right, all right, maybe red is our second color, but who knows? Oh my god, Moto, please stop it. Okay, well, Ketramos is in the pack. Yeah, we'll be taking Ketramos. Hey, Dylan. How's it going? I am probably now the only person to open 2 Ketramos in 5 drafts. Ask me the lottery numbers next chance you get. All right, Redshift Rocketeer, which if we wound up in red would actually be a pick. And the only green pick in the pack is another Broken Wings. So yeah, we're not doing that. Sure, Redshift it is, I guess. What's the only other possibilities in the pack? A dual land for a color, for another color that we're not even sure about right now. I'm pretty sure we're not going to be able to play Ketramos, so let's just move that over there. Skybox Fairy technically can be in our deck. Oh, it is a cycling vehicle for Push the Limit, but we can easily get Skybox Fairy back. Like, that might wheel even. Redshift is just a fine creature that we can play. All right, let's put Push the Limit in here. Let's put Sky Crash in here. Kickoff Celebrations? Probably not. Can we use this for anything? It can be used on equipment costs, exhaust costs. Yeah, probably plenty. All right, Avishkar Raceway, Pothole Mole, Wreck Remover, Fuel the Flames. Fuel the Flames, so far, it feels like there's not enough like small creatures for this to matter most of the time. Yeah, there's the Pothole Mole, but I'm not going to go all in on like, yeah, let's just make sure that we mill a bunch of vehicles for push the limit. And I mean, you could, when you're randomly milling stuff over, you could randomly just mill over push the limit anyway. Redshift can pay for cycling. Yes, he can also do that. Yeah, I'm just going to take the raceway. That's fine. All right, we have Earth Rumbler, Jaguar. Earth Rumbler is a vehicle, which is relevant for push the limit, and it's also really, really big. I do think this is better also than Jaguar in general. So that sounds fine to me. Okay, well, Boom Scholar is, you know, a multicolor rare, or not rare, a multicolor thing in our colors and has exhaust and makes exhaust stuff. Like, yeah, we're taking this. Uh-huh. Yep. Definitely taking that. Uh-huh. Everything gets trample and this thing gets 2 counters on it. Okay. Ironclad. It is a cycling vehicle. Perfect for what we are trying to do. We're at 16 cards, including the land right now. All right. Another of the raceway. We're not taking a second one. So then it's this thing, which we obviously can't play, or Wreck Remover. So I guess we take Wreck Remover. This will probably get cut, but, you know, take it. Hyrox. Magmakin Artillerist. I assume there's a cycling. We don't have that much, right? 1, 2, and we would prefer not to cycle if we can. I guess we just take Tyrox? Or we could take this Path Cruiser, but we have no way of killing it, right? We're never activating this. I guess, does Redshift any one color, so it's very unlikely. Yeah, I'll just take Tyrox, why not? Okay, another Wreck Remover, I guess. We have... Why is this still here? We have, like, no removal, right? We have Sky Crash and Broken Wings, which kill certain things, but not creatures, for the most part. And then that's it. So we are in desperate need of removal spells. Okay, yeah, Skybox Ferry, cycling vehicle. We'll take it. Almost certainly getting cut. So let's just move that out of here now. Artifact, creature, or land. Fuel the Flames. I'm probably not main decking this, but sure, we'll take that. How many vehicles do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sure. And I'll take this out. And I'll take this out. And I'll take this. River Churn Monument. Migrating Ketrodon, Skybox Ferry, Boosted Sloop, Rise from the Wreck. Okay, so we're not taking, well, we just can't play this, right? A number of target players, each mill cards equal to the number of cards. This is like a legitimate way to actually kill somebody. So, let's see, 40 cards, 7 card opening hand. At least they're at minimum like 29 by the time you can activate this, but if you just wait, then it's, and you can just keep milling them every turn, right? There's just, like, no way we can play this, right? So it's just Ketrodon, because we've got we got Skybox Ferry. Rise from the Wreck is going to get back 2 or 3 things. Creature, vehicle, I don't think we have any mounts, and then maybe if Tarian's in the graveyard, we can get it back. I just don't think there's any way we can justify taking this, right? Like, we don't have any fixing for it. The Skybox Fairy is probably going to wheel. Samet and Rocketeer Buggy. Okay, well... Oh, man. Once again, we'd have to splash for it, which we have no way of doing right now. What does this thing do? When this vehicle attacks, create a treasure, exhaust. Okay, it's a vehicle. It also has exhaust. Like, we have to take this, right? Will this actually wheel? You do have to be in Naya in order to play it. Oh, actually, we have Veloheart Bike, so that fixes, but that alone is not enough. I could exhaust for 12 and put it into play. Yeah, no. It honestly might wheel, so let's keep this in mind and pick up fixing if we get it. So take the buggy. All right, we've got Surveyor and we've got Rise from the Wreck. Please get off the screen, you Forest. Ugh. Okay, Surveyor, which is just like a solid fine pick to take. And then there's also Rover Blades, which... I guess I have Kickoff Celebrations to discard, but otherwise have no way of like directly just putting vehicles into the graveyard other than milling them over randomly. There's Rise from the Wreck. I think the overwhelming majority of the time this is going to get back 2 things. I can potentially get back a 3rd thing with Tarion. I have no mounts. So it's just 3 mana, get 2 things back, which seems whatever. Oh, there's another Veloheart Bike. Oh man, I almost missed that. Yeah, never mind. We're taking Veloheart Bike. Absolutely taking Veloheart Bike. It's a vehicle. It helps fix. Gets us to like Tarion faster, push the limit faster. Absolutely taking Veloheart Bike. And now we have 2 pieces of fixing, so we actually could play... there's another Veloheart Bike. There's also Red-White Land. If the Samet wheels, this is better. I think. But maybe that's not true. I need to have the correct count here. We're almost maxed out. I mean, either way, they fixed. So the only question would be, like, if I take this and I wheel Samet, I'm definitely playing it. If I take this, there's a chance I wind up cutting it for space based on whatever else we take. I think this is fine. Another Boom Scholar. Man, things are just going so well for us. All right, let's get rid of this card. There's also Grease Wrench Goblin, which is actually relevant because it has exhaust and it puts things into the graveyard, which is relevant for Push the Limit. We're at 10 cards left in the pack. That's probably not wheeling. We have a lot on 3 as well. Does that make Grease Wrench better? It might actually make Grease Wrench better. Nah, we'll take Boom Scholar. Okay, well, we have another cycling thing. What does this guy do? Whenever you activate an exhaust ability, put a +1 counter on this creature. It's also 3 mana, 3/3. And we have a lot of exhaust creatures. Or rather, okay, we have Afterburner. What else do we have? Scurryfoot. 2, 3. That doesn't really count. 4, 5, sort of. They cost a lot. We don't actually have that much. And this can just be cycling, get it back with Push the Limit. That sounds like the better plan. And we have so many cards on 3. So many. It's crazy. Samet wheeled. There's also this guy, which would help us discard things, but, you know, can take Samet. Don't die to aggro. Or another Broken Wings? I don't know. The Field of Flames have been pretty, like, have not looked good. I'll just sideboard this. The River Monument came around. We can actually play it because we have 3 Veloheart Bikes. And there's a Skybox Fairy. Ooh. But there's also a Skybox Fairy. Ooh. The double blue also is not even that big of a problem because we have the 3 Velohearts and Redshift. It also mills us for Push the Limit. Yeah, it's just, there's like no shot. I don't know. Either one of them would have been fine. This guy? We have a crap ton of vehicles, so maybe Guidelight Matrix. Another Ironclad and the Dual Land? Take the Dual Land. All right, we have a bunch of cuts. I was just thinking, like, we're obviously gonna have to cut stuff, and I'm not sure if we're gonna have the room for 3 Clamorous Ironclads. All right, so without lands, remember these are coming in. And potentially Guidelight. Man, we could even play Ketramos. Is that worth it? Do we have anything that works with it? I don't think we do. I don't think we have a single card that exiles stuff. All right. As cute as Dredger's Insight is, and it is cute, like we can potentially mill over vehicles, we can potentially mill over Afterburner, and then if we bring Afterburner back, we gain a life. Like, as cute as it is, not really doing that much for us. And if we mill over Push the Limit, it fucks up a big part of our plan. The Wreck Remover works with Ketramos? It does. Ooh, we have 2 of them. But we'd have to play a white and black card. So we're never playing this on curve. We're only playing it later. And then we'd have to put 2 other cards in our deck as well in order to even enable it in the first place. Yeah, it's not worth it. All right, so we're getting rid of Dredger's Insight. And so we just have no removal. Just none. Sorry, we have Sky Crash and Broken Wings, but no ability to actually interact with creatures. And we only have 14 actual creatures. Hang on, let's look this up. Wow. Yeah, wow. Okay. The Rover Blades is a lot to equip. Yeah, let's get rid of the Rover Blades. We may very well want Kickoff Celebrations because we're looking at, like, this deck is very mana hungry and we're always looking to get it, and we don't care about discarding artifacts, or discarding vehicles, rather. So, like, we just cannot possibly afford to cut creatures, right? We only have 14 of them. I have been just so unimpressed with Broken Wings. So I'm going to cut that, and we'll just bring them in if we see enough threats from our opponent. 2 more cuts. It's possible that we only need 16 lands because we have 3 cards that cycle for a single red mana, and then 2 more cards that cycle for 2. But that's probably wrong. Because although, yes, we do have those cyclers, we also have, like, we're very hungry on mana. We want to be playing a land every turn. So, oh, yeah, we also have Migrating Ketrodon to cycle as well. Okay, so if we are cutting anything, what are we cutting? Probably also, honestly, probably Sky Crash. And then what's our worst vehicle? Not the Velohearts. Again, we're super mana hungry, and we want to fix for Samet. It's not Earth Rumbler. So exiling an artifact is obviously bad because we want to eventually push the limit, kill our opponent. But we can exile creatures. And it also just crews for 3. Like, we don't have to exile to activate it. Boost Buggy is 2 mana and has exhaust and becomes a creature, which is also helpful for, like, it becomes a creature and then we can get into combat with it, and then it dies and then we get it back with push the limit later on. What's all the crews on here? Crew 1, crew 2 on this guy, right? Crew 3 on this, crew 3, and crew 2. So Tyrox actually matters. We don't actually have a lot of creatures that can crew the 3s, right? Purveyor, no, actually we have plenty. All of our 3-drops can, and then Tyrox can. This can once it's exhausted. This cannot. One of the Sky guys. See, because one of our end so we have, so basically, like, what are we doing here? And I see 3 potential scenarios where we win games. Like, obviously, we have, like, no removal. We could technically have some removal with Sky Crash and Broken Wings, but really, we have no removal. So, our game plan is we have to beat down the opponent. So, that means one of 2 things has to happen. Either we just have, like, enough good mid-rangey stuff on roughly this part of the curve. Like, we just play enough Centaur Coursers that it eventually overpowers the opponent. Or we get Tarion, we get one of our big threats down, like Tarion, Samet, or Migrating Ketrodon, or Earth Rumbler. Or we put a bunch of vehicles in the graveyard, of which 4 have cycling, and we cast Push the Limit, get everything back, and any vehicles we already had in play become crewed, and smash our opponent. This also brings mounts back, right? So Goda is counted in that. Is that the only mount we have? I think that's the only mount we have. We can also win by, I guess, trampling with Boom Skull. So this is not a Crater Cliff effect. It just becomes a 5/5. We can also potentially win the game via Afterburner Expert because we can just keep bringing this back over and over. Because we've got 1, 2, 3. Are those the only exhaust? And 4 for the buggy, right? So 4 exhaust creatures, exhaust cards. What does this guy do? First Strike, Vigilance, Haste. Other creatures you control get plus XO, where X is your speed. So it's always at least 1. Non-creature spells you cast cost X less, where X is your speed. Do I have other Start Your Engines dudes? I have a Start Your Engines land. And I think that's it. No, this guy and Loxodon Surveyor. Okay, so I have some. How did you decide what cards to draft, like roughly or theoretically? I mean, I don't know that I can boil that down into an easy, like into a simple answer. Practice with the game so that you know how limited, both how limited environments in general work, as well as the specific limited environment that you're playing in. Trying to find things on a curve, usually a 2-color deck, although there are exceptions. Like if you find just an amazingly good amount, an amazing amount of good cards in a single color, you can streamline to monocolor. Or if you find good enough cards in multiple colors, you can pick up fixing, which will hurt your ability to cast things on curve. And some environments are built more for fixing than others. There is a good amount of fixing in here, but it's not like the format is built around that. So usually, again, almost all the time, you're drafting 2-color decks. You want a curve so that you're playing things on time, and you want some sort of game plan for how you're going to win, which in most limited decks is just I play a bunch of creatures and removal, and I just beat through my opponent. But there are other times where you have specific game plans, like Push the Limit in this case, or where you're relying on specific threats in the deck, like Tarion, Samet, etc. I have one more cut to make. If I was going to cut a vehicle, it would, I guess my top picks would be one of the 2 fairies or Earth Rumbler or the 3rd Velo Heartbike. If I was going to pick a creature to cut, it would be... I don't want to cut any of them, because even the bad ones, I need them for curve reasons. Like, I probably can't cut anything that costs 2 or less. So, and then all of these 3s are good. I don't want to cut this because I want it to fetch this guy. This guy's obviously great. And then there's Samet. And then so Migrating Ketrodon is also expensive, but it also helps stabilize. And you can just cycle it if you don't need it. I'm hesitant to cut any of the Velohearts because I need the white fixing for Samet, even though 2 and a dual land would probably be enough. But I also want, like, one way you're going to be able to cheese games is going turn 3 Veloheart, turn 4 Tarion, or playing Samet or Migrating Ketrodon a turn early, or playing, being able to cast Push the Limit. Also, the more vehicles you have, because, like, not all the vehicles are going to be in the graveyard, right? Because, like, obviously these ones can cycle, but not all of your vehicles are going to be in the graveyard, so you'll have board states where you have a mix of creatures and vehicles, and if you cast Push the Limit, you'll bring some vehicles back, and then it will crew all of your other vehicles. So, like, assuming that you didn't have to tap Veloheart for the mana to cast Push the Limit, then you can turn all of them into creatures and attack with them as well. And yeah, I don't think the fact that we have 5 cards with cycling means that I can get away with not playing a 17th land, so... But we're going to cut one of these. It wouldn't be this guy. It wouldn't be this guy. He's a great mana payoff. It would not be Tyrox, because you need that higher power to crew some of the bigger vehicle crew costs. It wouldn't be Goda, because I want this... So the treasure on this could actually matter. Also, he's a mount, so Push the Limit brings him back. And then I don't want to cut any of the 3s. And I don't want to cut these guys. My main intuition for the card that I'm supposed to cut is either Migrating Ketrodon, not because it's not good, but because I already have so many cards that are expensive, or it's supposed to be one of the 3 Veloheart bikes or the second fairy. Because just because you can cycle these things doesn't mean you can just take all your, like, you know, this is probably going to cost you a turn, right, to cycle this. Man, this is so difficult. If I accept that cheesing people is not that big of a deal, because sometimes that's just not going to happen. This vehicle also trades really well, right? Because it has 2 toughness, so it's very easy to crew it, attack, they trade with it, and then the Push the Limit can get it back. I think I'm supposed to cut Ketrodon. I have enough other things that are expensive that I think I'm supposed to get rid of this one. And the cycling doesn't really matter because it's not a vehicle I can bring back. All right, let's do that. And then we add these to the deck. So that means I'm not going to play any more white sources. And then, so we have 15 lands remaining. And then I probably want green more because I have a green 1-drop and I have all these Veloheart bikes that fix. And if I color sort, and I also have triple green on the Tarion. Right, so it's 10 green versus 10 green plus the multicolor cards versus 6 red plus the multicolor cards. Yeah, so it is in favor of green. Although we already have a red land in the deck anyway. So I could just do 8-7. Because it's also important to cycle these guys early, and it's important to have red for all these 2-drops as well. All right, so let's add 8-7 in favor of 8-6. That's only 14 cards. There we go. All right, hopefully this works out. The scary thing is it might be too, like, clunky to get up to the end game, and also we have no removal. So those could all be issues, but I think this is probably fine. 4-8 green, yeah. And then 4-8 red. I guess the Avishkar Raceway is if we have enough, if we get max speed, we can start just discarding vehicles that don't have cycling. Maybe, probably not. Anyway, let's play. On the draw for match 1. All right, we don't have red, which is kind of a big problem in this hand, although we do have an Afterburner Expert on turn 3. So we have a 1 in 4 chance of drawing a red source, so if we don't draw a red source, we probably just lose the game. Let's mull. All right. Keep and chuck the second Boom Scholar. Or just Skybox Fairy. I don't know. Just play a 3/3 every turn on turn 3. I do think we need to find other things. Okay, let's cut one. Let's put one of the Boom Scholars on the bottom. Yeah, as is you aren't doing anything on turn 2. That's part of why I did that. Okay, Clamorous Ironclad. We're just cycling this. Get 2 vehicles in the grave. All right. Cycle this. Play a forest. Go. The problem is what happens if we just draw a bunch of lands, right? Yeah. Opponent cycles Shepherd Archfiend. All right, Battle of the Cyclers. Grim Javelineer, cycle this. Yikes. This is... Prevails when it dies. I'm fine trading Surveyor for that. Or maybe we just don't to keep speed up, but I don't think that matters that much. I just need to get to the end game, basically. So I'm fine trading creatures off early. Swing, gets the ability. It's just +1/0, right? Yeah. Block. All right, sure. Play Boom Scholar. Pass to you. I will block again if they attack. Off to bed, cheers for streaming. Thanks for showing up, Patterson. And they are, in fact, attacking. Are they gonna kill this before blocks? Like, what are we doing here? Yep, okay, apparently that's what they're doing. All right, 5-power creature. Play Earth Rumbler. Go to them. I think they're mana screwed, right? Yeah, seems like it. All right, well, let's try to frickin' block. Exile Boom Scholar. They have another removal spell. Okay, yeah. I guess we're just gonna die to this freaking 3 mana 5 creature, and we're just not drawing anything, so that's a problem as well. If we do draw Push the Limit, do we win? 4, 10, 17? No, we're 1 short. Yep, this thing once again attacks, and we're not blocking it. Okay, so if I go Velo Heartbike, I have exactly enough to activate this thing. Land, Velo Heart. Oh, this is awkward. So if I threw this to block, I can't then tap it because it'll be summon sick and I won't be able to use the ability. I think it is better to try to block this goddamn thing, though. I could also just attack and get speed up, but that's like so horrible. That's just terrible. This can only find permanents. We'll try to have Veloheart block it, I guess. Like what? Are they going to have yet another removal spell? Because that would just be freaking miserable. Yep, it's yet another removal spell. All right, we'll activate. We can't actually... Well, we can play Samet. How much mana do I have? 4, 7, 8, 9. So that is exactly enough to play Fang Druid plus Tarion. That's better than Samet. Right? 4, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, it's exactly enough. Lagak. Fang Druid. Trigger. Use the ability. Search library. Grab Tarion. Play Tarion. Over to the opponent. If they saddle this, I actually have to block with Tarion because I can't trade off with the Fang Druid Summoner anymore. It's so ridiculous. Oh, man. And this thing. Come on. Come on. Oh, you're not saddling this guy? What? What? They chose not to saddle? I guess we're just dead to any... Oh, no. Whenever this creature or another artifact... Yeah, so any artifact, we lose the game. Cool. Oh, this is so miserable. And we can't activate this guy until we have max speed. I guess we're just crossing our fingers that they don't have another artifact, which sounds pretty dubious. I can't really force... damage through here. I guess I could crew Veloheart, and that's terrible. No, I can't do that. I have to have blockers. Well, no, I can make the guy crew Veloheart attack, and then... That sounds so bad, though. I think just sitting here not doing anything is also horrendous. Oh, so... I guess I'm also dead to any removal spell if I do that. Let's just pass. Alright, show me an artifact. Yep. Sometimes your opponent has a turn 3 fucking 5/3 with a combat trick and 3 removal spells to follow it up. Crazy. We also drew an insane amount of lands, but whatever. Alright, sideboarding. I mean, they did show us some artifacts, but, like, not enough that I want to bring this stuff in now. Petrodon to gain life later in the game, because they have draining and whatnot, and it seems like one of their, like, their big game plan is to play a guy, start beating you to death, and just play removal spells. I mean, that's kind of what it seems like. If I was going to bring this in, what am I cutting? Don't know. Yeah, that's the reason I originally took it out, was the issue. It's because, like, what do I cut? Basically. I think things just didn't go well for us that game, and it's fine. We can just run back the same deck. All right, on the play. Sure. Keep. Furryfoot. Proceed. Bloodfell Caves? Uh-huh. Alright. Play this. Is there anything else I can play for a single green that means I would want to cycle this first? No, there isn't. So. Attack. I may not actually want to cycle it because it curves well. No, it actually doesn't, because I can always just exhaust this guy, so let's cycle. Combat. Swing. Alright. Play Boom Scholar. Outpace Oblivion, kill Boom Scholar or this guy? Boom Scholar, okay. Alright, exhaust. Combat, swing. We get to play Tarion next turn, although they do have double Siphon, or whatever that card is, the murder card. Alright, combat. Swing. Nothing, eh? Alright, I suspect they're holding up removal. But they could also just have Shepherd Archfiend, which makes it really, really bad if I play these cheapo creatures. So, if we get blown out, we get blown out. Like, I have to guess what they have, and it also would very much surprise me if they didn't just kill this. Okay, yeah. I guess they were waiting for a bigger creature. It's, again, I find that so surprising. Like, you're just going to take the 3? Really? All right. Oil Gorger, uh-huh. They've shown me Shepherd Archfiend, which means I don't want to just play out everything because I get so blown out if I do. Oh, they're attacking as well, eh? Alright, Veloheart. Trigger, gain some life. Play this guy. I'm gonna not play this. Because again, if their next turn is just Archfiend, wipe out everything on the board except for this elephant token, then I want to have this to follow it up. No attacks. They're just ending. Okay, well. I can crew an attack, or I can just... If I play this and I crew and I attack them... Let's see. There's almost certainly a removal spell coming in, right? So I play this. I don't have the mana to activate it anymore. So... Crew, swing, block the 4, shoot another 4, take 5, go to 2. Deafid Archfiend comes down, kills everything. So they block either the elephant or the Veloheart Bike. Deafid Archfiend comes down, kills everything on the board. So it's so bad if I crew this and do that. I think I'm just supposed to play Beast Rider and hold the mana to activate it and just attack with these guys. I guess I can crew this thing with Stampede. No, because that means I can't activate anymore. Yeah, okay, let's just attack with these dudes. Swing here and here. All right, there's the removal spell, and then we get to trade here, right? No, they have the thing. Sure. All right, play Beast Rider. Go. If they're attacking, then they're definitely playing Archfiend. Yeah, okay. Can't block. Yep, there it is. God, it's a 5/5 flyer. Ooh, Samet's great. It can't actually attack through this because it's a 4/5, for God's sake. Uh-huh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then I can't play anything else, so... There's 9 in the air if they attack. Right? Barrier engines, other creatures you control, so I can't even trade. Or I could just go the Veloheart. Oh, I can crew the Veloheart and attack, and then... They don't... No, I can't, because I have to activate it to play Samet. Well, in that case, I could just play Surveyor plus Ironclad pass, and then play Samet next turn. Sure. Cast this. They could just attack with Sheffit, get this to max speed, and have a 4/4 lifelink flyer. Yeah, very curious. They've already cast 2 spinouts. Achik? Oh, man. Never another oh, so it doesn't actually do anything because they have no creatures in their grave. All right. Well, whenever another insect dies, which these are not, counter, lose life, sure. They swing here. I can play Samet. I can crew Ironclad, swing with bow. Yeah, okay, they're swinging just there. Sure. So then this is 9 in the air plus the Outpace Oblivion, so I'm just dead if I don't kill them this turn. Just absolutely horrible. And I can't kill them this turn, I don't think. But I can maybe force them to have to block with Sheffet. No, I can't even force them to do that. No, I can force them to block with, because I can attack with Ironclad, right? So white. So play Samet. And then I get to attack with Samet because they have to block Ironclad, right? Yeah, so through with this. I guess it doesn't matter which one I attack with. Then combat. Swing here. This has Menace and 7 power, so they have to block it. They have to double block it, and then I kill Sheffet. I actually get first strike damage in first, and then this gets more power, but it doesn't matter. It's still not going to kill them. So damage. This triggers up. And then we... Oh, no, I can kill both of them, yeah. So they're both dead. Play this land in case we have to find something with cycling mana or whatever. All right, so 4, and this is effectively 6 right now. Man, what a comeback. Holy crap. We still have another game to play, right? Indeed. All right, they got a lot of expensive stuff, including flying creatures. So yeah, we definitely want Ketradon. And it seems like these early things, especially creatures that die to Sheffet Archfiend, are so bad. So let's get rid of Goda. And actually, we do want the Broken Wings because they have multiple flyers that we want to kill. So we want all of this. We want this and we want these. And then we're going to want to get rid of, again, just things that just die to the Archfiend. So that's another one, even though, yeah, we're going way, way down on creatures, but what can you do? Rocketeer Boost Buggy's kind of a creature. We have one more cut to make. Maybe this guy? I don't know. He does make 2 bodies. And the other one doesn't die to Archfiend. Maybe Earth Rumbler. It's hard to get this online. Not that many of my creatures crew it, and there's only so many creatures that I actually want to exile from my graveyard. We have 12 creatures in the deck, and we never want to exile Surveyor or like either Surveyor because we want them to be able to be exiled to draw a card, which means that there's only actually 9 creatures that I want to exile, and I also don't want to exile Tarion because I want to be able to get it back with Fang Druid Summoner. So it's really only 8 creatures that I'm willing to exile. And that's not a lot. So maybe we just get rid of this one. Let's do that. So we're both playing the long game. I think my long game can potentially be better if I draw Push the Limit. Okay, well, this hand's great. Just consistent mana. All of our colors, right? Well, not exactly. We do need to draw a mountain, but that's fine. Or a Veloheart, either one. All right, play this. Ooh, Tarion. Then we're going to cycle Skybox Fairy unless we draw a relevant 2-drop. All right, play this. Pass. Okay, cycle this. Play Surveyor. I actually don't want to trade now because I want to get my speed up so that when I drop Samet, I just kill them. Also, from the games they've played so far, it seems like they really just don't have many threats until later in the game. So I don't actually have to trade. Obviously, they have a trick because they wouldn't attack otherwise. Or they can just pump it, I guess. I could have just forced them to do that, but I doubt they would attack if the only thing they had was just Pen 2 to pump it. All right. Discarding, I guess, Boost Buggy. This is Crew 2. Ooh, Veloheart. All right. Okay, so if I play Veloheart, I have nothing else to do but cycle, so I may as well just cycle to see if I want to do something else. And then if I don't, I just play Veloheart. Cycle this. Oh, that was fantastic. So now we can play this. Gain some life. Then we can play this guy. And swing here to get our speed up. 4-3, but it has no other abilities outside of that discard thing. Okay. And now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we can play Tarion, and if we draw land, we can play Samet. Oil Gorger, uh-huh. Assume we're crewing this, right? Yep. All right, no land is Tarion, land is Samet. No land. All right. Or I could play 2 of these guys so that if I draw Samet next turn, I have more creatures to hit. Nah, it's fine. We'll play this. Combat, swing. Get our speed up. So they're definitely hitting me because they get to max speed on this and have a lifelink flyer. But I'm not sure if they're like... They can't attack on the ground unless they have a removal spell. Gastel. 1 damage to target opponent. Oh, so they just have max speed immediately, sure. Death Touch and Haste. That's annoying. Oh, and you have a removal spell? Come on. Come on. Do I kill them if I play Samet next turn? Speed of 3 is 4. And then I first strike them, and then it's +4 on each of these, so it's 8, 11, 12, 6. Oh, it's exactly lethal if they swing with everything. Come on, untapped land. Untapped land, come on. Oh yeah, here we go. Attack all. Oh no, they gained 3 because of this thing. Oh, so it's not lethal. So... Oh, I'm just dead then. Because this thing is flying and I can't block it. Damn, really? Well, I had no other move. right? It's 4 hit 15 plus 4 each. So 7, 12, they're almost dead, but they're not dead. And then I just die to this thing. Oh, and actually I don't die to this thing, right? Because it's 3 power. So I need to have multiple blockers. Yeah. All right. So it's just Samet attacks. I mean, I'm probably going to die. Like, if they have any removal spell or any creature that can crew this thing, we're dead. Or if they have the combat trick that pumps this guy, we're still dead. Right? Yeah, okay, sure. Man, this is just so ridiculous. Technically still not dead. But with Samet dead, we're just like, I can't imagine we can come back from this. Wait, what? Oh yeah, okay. So then we block, and then... we have to block. I mean, they can just pump this, so we may as well kill the vehicle. Nah, okay, we block this guy, force them to use the mana, I guess. Yeah. Wait, what? Oh, it gets +1/+1? Oh, I thought it was only +1 power. We're still dead either way. Like, however you slice it, we're gonna lose. I mean, because we have no answer to this. I guess we have this Reach guy, right? So if I hadn't have fucked that up, I would have killed the vehicle, and then they would have had these 3 guys. I would play Fanged Druid Summoner, and then we'd have 2 mana left, and I'd play Redshift Rocketeer, or Redshift. And then we'd block here. Redshift blocks. Has to chump block one of the other things, right? No, and then we still just die because we're getting hit by 3 creatures, right? Because this is dead and these are all still here. Yeah, we're dead. Mm-hmm. Oh well. Just always has the removal. Always. On the draw for match 2. All right, this is good. We'll keep this. We have a turn for, potentially, Tarion. Hit Automaton, okay. So it's abilities, and what's the other one? Poppy and Exhaust ability. 3 different colors, you say? What's the best thing? It's just Veloheart, probably. Or is it Afterburner? I find it very unlikely that Tarion's going to be able to stick, but that is the highest upside play, so let's just do this. Like, if they don't have an answer to it, then it's great. Also, blue is the color of bouncing, so it's hurts pretty bad if I play Terran and they're just like, okay, bounce it. But, you know, if all they're doing is just bouncing it, then at least they haven't permanently dealt with it. Another tap land. Boost buggy, okay. Another Veloheart. Alright, play Tarion. They have 6, so they don't have bounce off. Boosted Sloop. Okay. What am I playing? Veloheart, and then I have 4 mana. So then I play Boost Buggy, Redshift. So I'm just attacking with Tarion, if that's the case. Combat. Swing. No blocks? Uh-huh. Alright. Play another Veloheart. Trigger this. Play Redshift. Play Boost Buggy. Alright, pass. Sky Crash the Boost Buggy, sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mana. Plus 2 of its own, so 9. When you next activate the exhaust, double it. So I assume we're just Boost Buggying then and making this into a 5/4. Okay. Then attack, loot, and then we don't block. This card's Night Market. Not a lot of things that cost 2 that would stop Tarion, especially at instant speed. Alright, I guess our plan is just crew both of these bikes, attack them. So we've got Hyrox, Boom Scholar, crew, swing. I guess I should have played Afterburner, not Boom Scholar, but whatever. Crew. Okay, yeah, they've conceded. So, I mean, like, the only things we saw out of them that game were artifacts, but on the other hand, I don't really care about killing Hit Automaton, Boost Buggy, or Sloop. Like, it's not that big of a deal if they have any of those. I guess Sky Crash would come in handy as a cheaper way than instead of Broken Wings. I should probably bring in at least Sky Crash. And cut, I don't know. Something that's slow. Or that just doesn't attack through a 0/4 that well. The saddle 1, right? Yeah. Again, maybe just Earth Rumbler's the cut. Let's just cut that. All right. Submit. This is fine. Obviously, we need to draw land, but we have opportunities to get that and cycling. And we've drew a land. All right. Our curve is now great. Combat. Swing. All right, no response to that. Play Beast Ride Vanguard. Road Rage on the Scurryfoot, not this guy. Okay. Boom Scholar. Gotcha. All right. Ooh. All right, let's play Afterburner. I'll happily trade this. Night Market choosing blue. Run over on the Afterburner, sure. And they didn't attack. Interesting. All right, I think I'm supposed to Velo Heart and then just cycle. All right, over to you, sir. Five mana for loot. Oof. Yeah, all right. Cycle this. No blocks. Ooh, man, that's pretty rough. All right, well, double strike so he can trade with Samet. I mean, if he doesn't trade with Samet, then I have a Samet. If he does, I get loot off the board. Yeah, all right. Combat, swing. I don't imagine he would trade here. Like, yeah. This is gonna draw 3 cards. Ugh. Yep, draw 3 cards. And it still has the Bolt ability next turn to kill Beast Rider or anything else I play. 5 mana. Thunderhead Gunner, okay. Now, Samet doesn't even have a good attack anymore. Nothing has a good attack anymore. Well, we drew Push the Limit, so we're definitely 100% cycling Iron. Well, actually, are we? It is a thing that can attack them pretty well. It doesn't have haste, right? The old Samet gave haste, this one doesn't. So if I play this, I can't also play Boom Scholar. So swing, they can double block, and then I kill the Boom Scholar. So it's not great. If I don't use this now, they bolt it. I think this is worth more than... It's also so bad because I can't even block loot anymore because he can go attack, and then if you block with anything, he goes... Actually, no, if he bolts it, we still trade. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think I just need to fill up my graveyard and get Push the Limit going. So let's cycle. Boost Buggy, Boom Scholar, Ass? This cruise for 1, okay. I'd prefer not to crew and block with this, because I would rather exhaust it to get Afterburner back, but it's not horrible if I do, although there's not a good block here. I mean, I can block Boom Scholar. The trample on this thing and it being able to activate it is also a huge problem. Bolting this guy. I guess I'll crew here with this. Surprised he chose to kill that and not Beast Rider. Whenever you exhaust... Wait, you played this after doing that? That makes no sense. Fang Druid, go get Tarion. So mana inefficient. But if I go 3 mana, activate, get Afterburner back, that's still not even very good. But I guess the most mana efficient thing is to just play Fang Druid Summoner. I still don't have a good attack with this in play, right? Yeah. This becomes a... Actually, no, this becomes a 5-power creature. As does Veloheart. They can also crew this guy, but I'm fine trading there. I can't even play Tarion if I go fetch it, right? Yeah. All right, let's exhaust Boost Buggy. Solve this. Solve this. Combat. Oh, you got more removal? Guy crash, sure. Do I want to crew Veloheart here? I think I do. Yes, that puts me 2 away from push the limit, but I need to just start pressuring them in some way. I need to start, like, forcing trades. And this going to the graveyard isn't that big of a deal, because we'll push the limit in the end anyway. So obviously, they can just trade this or this vehicle. Presumably, they'll trade Boom Scholar. I don't know. Maybe they won't trade anything. No, they just didn't trade anything. Wow, I'm so surprising. Really? Nothing. So they've got add mana and make a Thopter. Oh, okay, well, this thing too. I guess they could just gum up the board and Thopter away, Pit Automaton. Loot, make mana, sure. Are we just going to spend that on Scurryfoot? Yeah, spend it on Scurryfoot. Make another Thopter. Man, you can still spend the rest of your mana? Jesus. Fetching Kalorna. Okay, that's fine. And the cool thing is they actually don't have any good attacks. So then we go and fetch Tarion, and we have a reach guy. I guess before that, I attack with Afterburner. They can just chump it or trade with it, which is 1, 2, 3, 4. No, attacking seems bad. They also have this trample guy. I'm going to need a lot of blockers. How much does this represent? 4. Sorry, 5. It's everything gets trample or just it? 5. 9. 13. 15. 16, 17. Let's say 16, they crew this. 19, 22, 24. So it's 24 damage. So I don't know how that maths out exactly, but I almost certainly need to just have blockers in play. It actually matters because I either get Tarion this turn or don't. So it's 21 damage because I can grab the 4-1 as well. So it's 21 and I have 19, 14, 12. Yeah, okay. We can grab Tarion, I guess. Yeah, and then we just don't have any good attacks, so we pass. For mono green EDH, but 6.5-ish power level, do you recommend Marwyn or Sylvala? Well, you can build either one either way, but Sylvala is the premier, like, super high power CEDH mono green commander, so I guess Marwyn. Migrating Ketrodon, sure. So they just have a lot going on. So they've added, so it's now 27 trample damage. Oh, they can also double this ability, so it's technically 29 if they do that. Okay, I don't have anything to activate. Right, yeah, I'm one short of this. All right. And I don't have any good attacks, so pass. I will eventually find a Boom Scholar. Keen Buccaneer, and they can make some more Thopters. Yeah, activate that. So they get to put 2 counters on this, loot through 2 cards, and make 2 more Thopters. This card's a land. Oh, they also have this guy. This card's another land. Thanks a lot. Gonna peace out because it's super late where I am and I just caught 5 minutes of the stream, but love your videos. Keep it up. Thanks, Mateo. Yeah, 0 chance I can attack. So, wow. Okay. Well, is that... Because the problem is they can just keep chumping with Thopters, right? And I don't have Trample or anything. All right, so... I have enough to play Redshift, and I have enough to activate this. So I should activate it first, or how many vehicles can I get back? 1, 2, 3... which is obviously not enough to overwhelm this board. I feel like I need to get to enough mana to activate Boom Scholar and cast Push the Limit. It's just insane. I mean, they don't have a way of breaking through. I don't have a way of breaking through, so... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, 6, 7. And I can keep Velohard up. Yeah, okay, so activate this. Uh... Grab this guy. And then rather than play him, I want to get Redshift into play. And over to them. I'm scared to attack with anything because I feel like I'm just going to get absolutely fucked if I do. Flying and Death Touch, yikes. And you can exhaust it and put more lands into play? Jesus. And Goblin Surveyor. Holy crap. This makes 5 mana for activated abilities, so that's a good, good way to get Boom Scholar. If the second Boom Scholar. Okay, activate this. Alright, I guess we grab another Veloheart or Avishkar Raceway. I don't know. Now let's just grab another Veloheart. And then land, and then Surveyor. And then if I attack with Afterburner, they can chump it or trade with it. If I don't attack them, they're going to start hitting with this Serpent, and I can't block that without losing my guy. I feel like it's better to attack with it. I mean, there's just no good swings here. No, I guess we just don't. Let's just pass. Put a +1 counter on this. Uh-huh. I assume we're double exhausting the Serpent now. Yep. Alright, just yield to that. Yield to that. So then land. Yep. Didn't they have Kalorna and they're just not playing it? Or they ate it. Alright. Greenbelt Guardian. Put 3+1 counters on this creature. Miss. Priority. They're going to attack with all the flyers. Sure. There are blocks. Block one of these Thopters. Speed up. Alright, before end step, activate this, add 5 red, activate this. Okay, Boom Scholar it is. Alright, what's my mana count? This adds 5, so it's 1 short of paying for this. So 3 mana to cast this, and then this plus another mana to activate it. And then it's 1, 2, so it's okay, 4, so it's 5. So I need 9 total here, right? So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then I'm 5 mana. So I'm 2 short of being able to cast Push the Limit and activate this in the same turn right now. So I can't do it. So what I should do is play Windcrag, gain the life, play the Boom Scholar, play the Veloheart Bike, And this makes this only cost 3, which is interesting. Activate. 1. Wait, doesn't it? Other permanents you control cost 2 less. Okay, so it's bugged. Okay, it's bugged. Right? No. Activate this. Yeah, it's bugged. All right. Oh, no, this is not an exhaust ability. Sorry. It's not bugged. So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. All right, apparently they're just conceding. Maybe they've just had enough and they don't want to spend any more time on this. Well, that was anticlimactic. I actually wanted to see what would happen there. So my game plan, I don't know if I survive this attack. I think I do. But I guess the plan is next turn, like, we just activate Beast Rider, and then we cast Push the Limit, bring everything back, give everything trample, swing for 10 bajillion damage. I guess they're assuming that they're just dead on board to this. Are they dead on board to this? Hang on. So it's 6 to activate, right? So I crew the Velo Heart Bike that's not sick, right? Or no, neither of them is sick, right? So I crew the Velo Heart Bikes. Crew this. And then Samet is giving +3 to everything, so it's... I can't actually activate this without tapping Redshift, right? Yeah, so... Five, 9, 16, +2, because I can activate this, so 18, 23, 30, not 35. That's tapped. 41. That's tapped. That can't attack. Plus, Veloheart is 45. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 18. So it's a total of 63 damage. Minus 15 is 48. Or 40. They need to block 47 damage here. And they can't, I assume. 3, 7, 12, 14, 17. Yeah, okay, nowhere close. All right. Well, I'm glad they saw the line because I was lost in the sauce there. Match 3, we're on the draw. Okay, well, we have to mull. Alright, keep this, and then push the limit. It's going to be too long to play that, so, like, we can't chuck anything else. It's Samet or push, and we're just going to chuck push. Samet's also more generically useful than push is. Push requires a specific setup. Blue and black deck for the final. Wickerfolk. Milling a Deathless Pilot and then keeping the other thing on top. Alright, play Redshift. Proceed. Transit Mage. All right, what are we grabbing? This is just 4 mana, bring it back, right? Yeah, okay. Tactile Terror. Swinging. Okay. So, combat. Swing. Land, play Afterburner, and we can actually use Redshift to cycle the fairy. Pretty cool. Play the Pack Doll? Yeah, alright. So they just attack with this thing? Yeah. Alright, add green, cycle this. Alright, let's attack with Afterburner. I can exhaust this if they block it, but I'm actually not going to, probably. I'm probably just casting Fang Druid and fetching Tarion. If they do block it, I will exhaust. Alright. No exhaust. Fang Druid. Grab. Tarion. Another Pact Altair. Well, this is getting rough. At least I can't attack anymore. Okay. Sure, this has reach. All right. Land. Well, as much as I would love to just cast Tarion right now, I can't cast Samet unless I play Veloheart this turn. So I go Veloheart, play Boom Scholar, and then this costs 2 to activate, and I can activate it? All right. Veloheart. Trigger. Cast Boom Scholar. Combat. Swing here. Block there. Sure. Activate the ability. Green. Huzzah! You have miscounted, sir. They could have just killed it off if they just, like, blocked with 2 Pack Dolls. Sarcophagus. They have speed on. And we're taking 2 damage because it's an artifact. I mean, we deal a lot of damage next turn when Samet comes out, right? Another Sarcophagus, drain, drain. So Samet, that's all our mana. This taps for 3, which is not enough for Boom Scholar. All right, so if I don't block these, then taking a lot. Can I go to 7? Actually, what's the math? They have 2 blockers. I go Samet, attack with everything. They block Afterburner and Samet and take 3, 6, 10, and survive. And then I have 2 blockers because I have Vigilance. block here. Or I also leave the Fang Druid back. White. Yeah, this costs 6, and I don't have enough. All right, so combat. Wing. Wing. Do I want to attack with Redshift? I guess so. Wing. Assume they block nothing and they attack back. I can block 1, 2, 3. I need to be able to block as much as possible, so yeah, let's just swing there. No blocks, you say? All right, damage. This goes up. More damage. So if I had attacked with the Boom Scholar, would they have blocked? Because that would have been lethal if they didn't. We're taking probably at least 2 from these guys, if not more. But we can still block everything. Or we can block almost everything. Yeah, Wreck Remover. All this triggers. All right, we're at... Always yield to this. 5 to 8. I only have 1 card left. No attacks. All right, I think they're dead. How much toughness do they have? 4. I should definitely play Tarion and Crew this, right? So Tarion, Crew, attack. I attack for a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is 12 damage off of Samet plus 16, 20. 20, this is going to be activated, so 27, 31, 39, 43. Yeah, and I have enough to do both. I can play Tarion plus everything else. They have 1 card in hand, but let's make them have it, right? This plus 1 other... No, this plus 2 lands is Boom Scholar. Yeah, okay. Creatures and vehicles gain trample until end of turn. Yeah, so Tarion. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. I have to play this land. Through this. Combat. Swing with everything. Block. 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 I mean, you gotta block everything. All right, activate this. I don't know how much this is, but it's a lot. First strike goes through, then damage, 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 damage. Boom, -17. Okay, they have a lot of artifacts that I want to kill. So Sky Crash, Broken Wings. Maybe Ketrodon also because they've got those Drainer guys. They have one thing that can come back from the graveyard. I don't know if that alone warrants playing Wreck Remover, but Wreck Remover is better when they are again draining us. So potentially, so at least 3, potentially 5 to 6 cards that we want to bring in. And what do we not want? Probably like a bunch of ground guys who just get like invalidated the moment that like the Pact Terror shows up. So Goda. Hyrox can still attack, so not him. This guy's great, obviously. Stampeding Scurryfoot is a little good for the exhaust getting back Afterburner, but I don't know if that enough is like that alone is enough. So probably not that. The Boost Buggy's good. Then all the 3-drops are fine, and this is all fine, and we can get rid of Earth Rumbler. This is a way to make their Wreck Remover not gain them life, but who cares? So that's 3, and then we bring in all this removal. And then can I find space for these? So these graveyard guys are not as good when I know they're main decking Wreck Remover. They also get blanked by Packdoll. Packdoll alone just blocks them. So what if we just get rid of these 2 and bring in Wreck Remover and Ketrodon? That seems fine. Yeah, that seems fine. Let's do that. Alright, this is perfectly acceptable. Keep. Sarcophagus. Speed comes on. Alright. Do I want to trade with this? This guy gets way better later in the game. But I think I don't. We'll just play Boost Buggy. Another Sarcophagus. Alright, well, that's an issue. That's when this attacks, you make a treasure. Okay, well, Avishkar Raceway getting me speed changes the equation on what I wanted to do. So let's just do that now. So Avishkar Raceway speed through this, or exhaust it, rather. Swing here, make a treasure token. We get our speed up. And it means next turn I can play 2 things. I can go Beast Rider plus Broken Wings. If I need to. Gets +1 and untap, sure. They become 3/3s when they've speed maxed out. Well, Death Touch makes blocking way less appealing. It also means that they can crew this thing, so I don't have any, like, actually good attacks here. Huh. But make another treasure. It feels like it's probably still correct to just keep attacking them. I could blow up their Hell Rider, swing, they don't have a good block, and then play another blocker for these guys. Let's do that. I guess I don't have to until they try to crew it. So combat. Swing. They're just not going to block, sure. That being the case, yeah, let's play Boom Scholar and then hold up Broken Wings to kill this thing when they try to attack. Or I guess I could just play Ketradon. They still get the Death Touch, though. That's the problem. Yeah. Play this guy. Over to them. All right, we will blow this up. That means they either have to have removal or a trick or something, or they just have to attack into, like, a bad attack. Yeah. All right. Block. They may value doing that just to get speed up anyway. Oh, okay, they do have a trick. Oh, well. Tis what it is. I can still play Ketradon if this is able to attack. Ooh, Redshift. Well, we're definitely attacking. Make a treasure. Speed is maxed. If this actually goes through, which it will. Alright, cast this. The last ride. So this is a 5/5 right now. Oof. They can't activate it at the moment, though. So I can no longer attack with Boost Buggy because they have a blocker. I can attack with Ketradon, but they don't have to block it. But I force them to try to double block, and then I get to kill off one of their creatures at the very least, which seems reasonable. The problem is, well, actually no. If I hit, so now we're in Death Shadow territory. So like, if I just attack, right, and they go, okay, sure, take it, and they go to 2, then this is now at 11/11. The other problem is, okay, let's say I don't attack, and they go to their turn, and they're like, and they go, crew last ride attack you, and I go block, and they go in response, activate this, go to 6. Now, this is a 7/7, right? They get -6. Yeah, so this is a 7/7. It kills this. Although they spend their whole turn doing that, and they had to crew it, so they only have 1 blocker, and they're at 6 life. They probably can't afford to do that. So if I just deploy more threats to the field, they probably cannot afford to accrue an attack with this. Therefore, the best move is to play Veloheart, and then Redshift. Yeah, okay. I do have max speed, but I won't have the mana to do this. Okay. Tap, tap, tap. Yeah, so it's unwise to attack them until I know that I can... That's not going to be a threat. And right now they're stuck on 3 lands. Play Redshift, and then we're just passing. I can also multi-block the last ride if they do crew it. All Terror, okay. They're at 9, we're at 16. So the last ride is now 4/4. Alright, finding Samet would be very helpful. Beast Rider, and then I've got 2, 3, 4, 5, and 1 more to cycle the Ironclad. So I can cycle the Ironclad regardless. I still feel like attacking is not good because unless I can lethal them, then Last Ride just becomes gigantic. But that alone may not even be a problem either. Swing, no blocks. They go to 3. This is a 10-10. And they have enough blockers that it's a problem that this can keep bashing me every turn. Yeah, that is the issue. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right? 6. 1. Yeah, okay, so I can cycle this first and see what I get. I'll land. Alright, sure. So play this, and then we're just going to pass because I can do this at instant speed. I guess I should leave red open so that if I find the other Ironclad, I can cycle it. Aether Jacket. Okay, that's not too bad. It can blow up my Velo Heart. Alright, activate this. I guess Velo Heart can just pay any mana regardless, so I don't have to specifically leave up red. Well, grab a land. This also flies, so I can play Fang Druid to block it. So I'm definitely playing Fang Druid, so I need to math this out. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So Fang Druid, Summoner, I don't have enough to then immediately play Tarion, so I may as well play the Velo Heart unless I have enough to activate this guy again, right? So 4, and then this is 5, or I go Velo Heart, and then I have 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I'm 1 short of activating this, so it's better to play Fang Druid, and then grab Tarion, and then just pass, right? Yeah. Use the ability. Search library, grab Tarion. And then once again, we are passing. Transit Mage. All right. I assume that's just the other pack doll. Yeah, okay. So activate this. Afterburner Expert. Push the limit. We only have 1 artifact and only 1 vehicle in the graveyard. Okay, so Tarion is almost single-handedly going to kill them. So they play the other Pact Doll Terror next turn. They go to 12, we go to 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 mana left to activate this. All right, Tarion. I guess I could be attacking with the boost buggy, because if they crew last ride, it actually doesn't... It trades with it, but it doesn't actually... Yeah, okay. I just don't feel the need to do anything right now. Like, I can probably just win the long game. I'm at a healthy enough life total that these Pactol Terrors are irrelevant. And if I eventually find Samet or just put a bunch of vehicles in the graveyard and then push the limit, we can just win from there. Alright, last ride is barely even a creature now. Activate. Do I even want Tyrox, or do I just want more mana? Probably just more mana. Alright, Trample's gonna do it. How much damage do I have? They have a total of 3, 7, 11, 12, 14, 18 toughness. So I need to deal 30. And I have a total of... Cast this. Activate it. Cast this, Crew Veloheart, attack. I deal... this puts the counters on itself, so I deal 4, 10, 12, 14... 16, 25, 29. I'm 1 short. All right, we can wait a turn if that's the case. So... I would like to cast stuff. Photo. Nope, spinning Swirl of Doom, but our clock is still ticking down. What the F? I would like to be able to do stuff. Okay, finally. Nope, we're back to Swirl of Doom. Jesus. Play this, gain some life. Play Afterburner. And then Boom Scholar makes this cheaper. I don't know. I don't want to expose Boom Scholar to a removal spell, so let's not do that. So let's just pass. Wreck Remover. Okay. What are they going to target on my side? They targeted Boom Scholar, sure. I am going to activate Vanguard. Wreckage Wickerfolk, sure. Alright, I need to deal more damage, so if I find Samet, I'm pretty sure I can just kill them. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. They did 1/1. Activate this. No Samets. Alright. All right. What's my total mana? 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 10, 12 with activations. So this plus activate is 9. Right? Eight, 10, 12, yeah. So Boom Scholar, activate, everything has... Boom Scholar, activate. I have 3 mana left. And then that's not enough to activate this. It crews one of the Velo Hearts. And this crews the other Velo Heart. So then we deal 4, 10, 12, 14, 23, 27, 31, 35. And they block 3, 7, 11, 13, 14, 18, 22, 25. And then I wind up trampling them for 10 and they go to 7. But they do have to make, like, a lot of horrible blocks, right? I think I can still just wait. I don't think we need to do this. This is no shot going to attack us, right? So we can just cycle and try to find Samet. All right, cycle. There we go. But we can't do both. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Samet. Attack a bunch. They block a million things. I think we can still just kill them next turn. And once again, I do not want to expose my stuff to removal. Do I have enough to just activate Redshift? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I actually do. If I activate it, put both of these into play. Well, next turn, right? 4, 5, 6, 8 right now. All right, we'll pass. If I do activate Redshift, though, that prevents me from activating Boom Scholar, so I can't actually do that. Play another Wreck. Sure. Eating Fairy, sure. This. Grab a Skybox Fairy and then cycle it. All right, this absolutely has to kill them, right? Through this. Combat. Back all. Whole bajillion blockers get declared. Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure it doesn't matter how you block this. Activate. Green. And we may as well activate this, why not? Damage? Boom! How much damage was it? Oh, I didn't see. We can't... Can we return to the game? Negative 26. Woo! All right, so 2 and 1. More boosters. What a... That was definitely one of the games of all time. All right, well, we're ending on a high note today, so that is the end of today's streams. We will come back again with more Aetherdrift drafts. If you showed up today, hope you enjoyed yourself, and I'll see you next time.